here we go.
Must work to deploy those 50 cars. Every single one of them must work.
All right. We should be live. I'm going to check YouTube. Let's see what's going on my channel.
There's nothing simple about sending anything into space. You can't do it.
Oh, good. The title changed. So it's working.
Squarely in new spacecraft territory. Webb is the perfect example of science desire driving engineering capability
Perfect.
to new frontiers.
So we should be on.
Webb's unique design.
What is it?
I never saw a color like that before.
Yeah, it's new.
Wow. Maybe I could
They're going to have a update on the fueling in about 15 minutes.
I could come here and put a chair here.
You can watch it on your TV in your room.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, shucks. That's great.
Go to the YouTube channel and you'll see it. Okay. I'll do it if you're going to stay up.
Yeah.
You're really going to stay up?
Yes, I want to see. I love all that stuff.
Okay. Now, just so everybody knows, I just took a little power nap. I'm up till morning now. And this is what's happening. In approximately 15 minutes, there's going to be an update on the fueling of the Ariane rocket for the James Webb. And then about 15 minutes after, highlights and launch pad views from the launch area. So this is the schedule. 6 a.m. The real coverage begins. Launch 7:20, hopefully. Right there. So
You know, he took blood out of his leg.
anyway, so I'm up. This is it. I took my little power nap. I'm good. Now I'm staying up. So there should be a live update momentarily. I just want to make sure everything is working. Let's check Facebook. It is. Everything is working. All right, so I'm going to sit back, have my coffee because I need it.
Now comes the critical point. All 107 sun-shield release mechanisms need to fire on cue. 107. They free the 5 sun-shield layers, allowing them to extend as the mid-booms deploy.
Sunshield fully deployed, we start setting up the optics. First, the secondary mirror is extended and locked into place, and a special radiator behind Webb is extended, which helps further lower the temperature of the science instruments. Finally, we open the primary mirror's wings and lock them in place. With that done, Webb is in its final configuration, but we're not done yet.
After 47 deployments and accomplishing the hardest spacecraft unfolding NASA has ever done, Webb still won't be ready for science.
While the instruments cool, we'll control motors behind each of Webb's 18 mirror segments, the secondary mirror, and the fine steering mirror located inside the center of the primary mirror. We'll precisely align the mirror segments to form a perfect mirror. Then, Webb will be ready to explore the cosmos.
제임스 웹 우주만환경 행운의 빕니다.
Boa sorte. Webকে অনেক অনেক শুভকামনা.
Veel succes, Webb.
بالتوفيق لويب.
공오 이노리마스 웹.
हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं।
Constructing the James Webb Space Telescope, a mission led by NASA with its partners, the European Space Agency and the Canadian Space Agency, requires the collaboration of thousands of people from across the United States, Canada, and Europe.
The James Webb Space Telescope is the most ambitious and complex space science mission humanity has ever undertaken. Webb is NASA's highest priority science mission.
This is the optical and science segment of the Webb Space Telescope in one of the largest clean rooms in the world at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland. This half of the observatory element successfully passed a series of rigorous vibration and acoustic tests to ensure Webb's optics and science instruments can handle the stresses of launch. This element was packed and transported to the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, for cryogenic testing inside its massive test facility, simply called Chamber A, a national historic landmark for its work during the Apollo missions.
Successfully completing the optical telescope element was a significant milestone. And now we look forward to completing final tests of the spacecraft element and then integrating both halves into the observatory.
To give you a sense of where we are in the mission, the Webb Space Telescope consists of two main segments: the spacecraft bus and sunshield, called the spacecraft element, and the iconic 6.5-meter telescope and science instruments, called the optical telescope element. Today, both halves of the Webb Space Telescope are at Northrop Grumman in Redondo Beach, California. Here, the most advanced space telescope optical element will be integrated with the spacecraft element, which includes the tennis court-sized 5-layer deployable sunshield and the spacecraft bus, where the Webb's data and attitude control systems reside. The sunshield protects the telescope's optics and science instruments from infrared radiation, or what we feel as heat, emitted by the sun, earth, and moon. Each thin sunshield layer is about 1/1000th of an inch thick and coated with reflective aluminum and protective silicon to provide sun protection of SPF 1 million. Webb is a testament to innovation. Intricate and advanced technological systems were developed to enable awesome science discoveries.
The James Webb Space Telescope is the most technologically challenging observatory we've ever built. No one's ever done anything like this before, but the science will be worth the wait.
Webb will conduct a
segmented mirror
breathtaking array of science investigations across the history of the universe, ranging from searching for the first distant galaxies to
All right,
light
I'm
up
gonna
after
switch
the Big
over
Bang, to searching
to
for
NASA
the building
TV.
blocks of life in atmospheres of exoplanets.
The observatory's capabilities
Because there's going
are
to be a
so
live
enormous
press
that major advances
update
are expected across
in about
every
9
branch
minutes.
of astronomy.
So I'm going to bring that over now.
Especially when you get to space. Webb's sunshield assembly includes 140 release mechanisms,
take
approximately
closed captioning.
70 hinge assemblies, 8 deployment motors, bearings, springs, gears, about 400 pulleys, and 90 cables totaling 1,312 feet. All this just to keep the sunshield under control as it unfolds. First, we release these special restraints that protect the sunshield during launch. They roll out of the way, but not all the way until we are ready to deploy a side. Next, we release a set of covers over the core region. Now comes the critical point. All 107 sunshield release mechanisms need to fire on cue. 107. They free
They're
the
like
5
pins.
sunshield layers, allowing them to extend as the mid-booms deploy.
sunshield fully deployed, we start setting up the optics. First, the secondary mirror is extended and locked into place, and a special radiator behind Webb is extended, which helps further lower the temperature of the science instruments. Finally, we open the primary mirror's wings and lock them in place. With that done, Webb is in its final configuration, but we're not done yet.
After 47 deployments and accomplishing the hardest spacecraft unfolding NASA has ever done, Webb still won't be ready for science.
While the instruments cool, we'll control motors behind each of Webb's 18 mirror segments, a secondary mirror, and the fine steering mirror located inside the center of the primary mirror. We'll precisely align the mirror segments to form a perfect mirror. Then, Webb will be ready to explore the cosmos.
Come through. Watch out. Hey, we're moving now. Yay. Here we go. Hang on. To the moon. All right. Whoa. This is wonderful. I love exploring. I've never seen that before. I want the big one. No fair. I saw it first. I'll race you. Ah, you're on. You'll never catch me. Come on, guys. Wait for me.
So many places to go.
Huh? On your left. Hey. Here we go. Is everybody ready?
Yeah.
Season's greetings. From NASA.
So in a few minutes, should have an update. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas. What a way to spend Christmas morning. I just took a power nap. Feels like I never left. Well, we're going to stand by for this update. Should be momentarily. About 3 minutes. This is I can't miss this. So I'll be up now to what? 8 a.m. probably? 8:30? Then I'm definitely going to take another power nap. So we're just standing by waiting for those that are still awake. Or maybe just got up. Or for those overseas, it's already early morning hours. It's like, what, 8 a.m. approaching in the UK? And points west, I think. or east actually, east. Points east, it's later. Right now in Australia, it's like 7 p.m. in some areas. Saturday, I believe. It's already their evening. Christmas Day. We should be getting to that update any second. About 2 minutes, actually. I see some people in my other chat saying they went to take a nap. They set their alarms. 5:30. They're waking up. Oh, that's funny. But we're up now. Game on. $6 p.m. Christmas Day. I see Fantasy. What's up, City Lights? Merry Christmas, Keisha. You guys are awake? Well, it depends where you are. I'm up. I got the coffee on. That's it. What time is it in California? Oh, it's midnight approaching. It's early. So this launch will happen at what, 4:20 a.m. your time? Good luck with that. Fantasy, if you're still there. I can't miss this. There's just no way. He's just like, I don't want to go to sleep. I might miss it. That's why I took a power nap. It was only like an hour, hour and a half, but I kind of still feel okay, considering. It's weird because now it's at. Here comes Mom. All right, Mom. Now they're gonna have the update. Oh, I know. Here we go. Sounds like they're hooking up. You hear it? Somebody's messing with a microphone because it ain't me. You hear the buzzing? Oh, there it is, live. It's all yours. Take it.
Good morning and Merry Christmas from the Guyana Space Center in Kourou, French Guiana. You are looking live at the European Ariane 5 rocket on the launch pad here in Kourou, where fueling of the vehicle is moments away for the launch of the James Webb Space Telescope at 12:20 Greenwich Mean Time, 9:20 a.m. here in Kourou, 7:20 a.m. Eastern Time. Within the last hour, mission controllers here at the Jupiter Control Center, launch engineers at the nearby Launch Control Center, and Webb Telescope Observatory engineers at the Space Telescope Science Institute in Baltimore received a comprehensive weather briefing and were told conditions were go for the start of the loading of 175 tons of propellant into the core or first stage of the Ariane 5 rocket. 150 tons of liquid oxygen and 25 tons of liquid hydrogen will soon be flowing into the first stage tanks of the Ariane 5. This process will take about 2 hours to complete. About an hour from now, some 15 tons of propellant will be loaded into the second stage or upper stage of the Ariane 5, another 2-hour process, which should be complete around 1 hour and 22 minutes before launch. A series of weather briefings will be conducted over the next few hours to ensure that conditions remain favorable for launch. All this while Webb systems are being carefully monitored for the momentous launch of the largest, most powerful telescope ever sent away from our planet. So as the James Webb Space Telescope sits passively atop its Ariane 5 rocket, poised to begin its long-awaited mission, the fueling of the Ariane 5 soon to begin. Everything is in great shape, a green board here in the Mission Control Center. We'll be back with you soon at 6 a.m. Eastern Time with our comprehensive launch coverage, the broadcast a collaborative effort between NASA and the European Space Agency. A reminder, launch is scheduled at 7:20 a.m. Eastern Time. This is Ariane 5 Mission Control in Kourou.
So now we wait. And they're just going to keep putting different shots, but they're going to keep the live shots up. 6 a.m. officially it starts. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you, James. What time is it there? Is it 7 p.m. It's Christmas Day, Christmas evening now for you? I think it's 7. I think you're 16 hours. But that's it. We're up. Well, I'm up. I think you're all up, too. Yeah, Christmas is nearly over there. So now it's a waiting game. Look at the clock. So the actual live coverage resumes at 6 a.m. Eastern. And then launches at 7:20 Eastern. So we have a little under 3 hours. I knew it was 7 o'clock. I said it earlier. I thought I just woke up from a little nap. I had to. Because I'm going to be sitting here now for the next 5-6 hours. Then I'll go to sleep again till about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. But I am not missing this. There's just no way. Can't miss this. That is beautiful. Just looking at it. Now what I'm going to do, because these are the live shots, I'm just going to play that other programming. Because to just sit here and watch this for the next 3 hours is a little monotonous. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this one down and bring this one up.
About the universe.
And let this play.
Galaxies form and evolve. Are there chemical signatures of the building blocks of life on other worlds? Is our solar system unique? Launching such a large telescope into space is an incredible engineering challenge. Fully deployed, Webb is too large to fit inside any rocket fairing. Engineers designed it to be folded, like origami, to squeeze inside the European Space Agency's 5-meter diameter Ariane 5 rocket fairing. After launch, controllers on the ground deploy Webb remotely. Deployment is an intricate ballet. For nearly 3 weeks, controllers carefully unfold Webb. After this delicate dance, Webb's golden mirrors are precisely aligned using motors behind each hexagonal mirror segment, adjusting them to form one perfect mirror. Once the instruments are fully cooled, the exploration will begin. Webb is a technological challenge like no other, born of the efforts of thousands of people across the United States, Canada, and Europe. The James Webb Space Telescope is your telescope. Use it to explore, to challenge theories, to see sights yet unseen. It's yours to unfold the beauty and mystery in the universe and our place in it.
Hi, I'm Ellen Stofan, also known as Dr. E.
And I'm Thomas Serbook, also known as Dr. Z.
And welcome to another episode of Easy Science. We're here at the Smithsonian's National Air and Space Museum, standing in front of the backup mirror to the Hubble Space Telescope. But we're not here really to talk about Hubble. There's another big launch coming up.
We're talking about the launch of the James Webb Space Telescope. Many people have talked about it as the next Hubble, because Hubble has been transformative in our understanding of the sky.
And it's fun to be here in front of the backup mirror for Hubble. And so for people who are wondering, why doesn't this thing actually look like a mirror? It's the backup mirror. It's 2 plates of glass that are about 1 inch thick with that supporting structure in between. And if it had launched, it would have been coated in a reflective material, so it would have looked more like a mirror. These telescopes use these big mirrors to collect light, which then go into an instrument. So spectrographs are really cool instruments, and they've been used in astronomy and astrophysics for over 100 years.
Spectrographs, of course, having the ability of splitting up the light and looking at the composition of light and actually the originator, whether it's what gases is and so forth. And frankly, spectrograph are also here in the museum, right?
In fact, we have over 100 years worth of spectrographs here at the Air and Space Museum. In 1929, Edwin Hubble actually used a spectrograph to determine the fact that the universe was expanding. We have a spectrograph from the Hale telescope at the Palomar Observatory in California that was used from the 1950s to the 1970s to look at the redshift of galaxies, of white dwarfs, and that helped us again understand the expansion of the universe. But I'm really fascinated with this issue of using a spectrograph to really understand what materials things are made of, how are they moving, and really just collecting that light, which James Webb will do from very early in the history of the universe.
So if you compare Hubble with Webb, there's really two fundamental changes. The first one is if you look at the mirror, this is 2.4 meters. It's like this, kind of roughly kind of my height. You look at a Webb and it's unfolded, it's 6.5 meters. It's like 3 of me or more, right, with the hand up. So the other thing that's really exciting, the light that we're looking at is actually much, much colder.
And this idea that this super cold temperature and collecting this light with this big mirror is actually allowing you to look back in time as much as 100 million years after the Big Bang, which in the history of the universe, over 13 billion years, 100 million years is really soon after the Big Bang.
Recently I looked at the album of one of my children's, with all the pictures, and I imagined, suppose I didn't know about the first year, what I would miss about the story of my child. It's now in college. And I think of the universe that way. We have not seen those pictures.
Yeah, like one of the questions I've always found the craziest is this issue of black holes at the centers of galaxies. Right now, pretty much every galaxy we've looked at has a black hole at the center. And so we are really curious about these very early galaxies. Did they already have black holes? Do black holes come later? Do you start with a black hole? Like, how does that work? And that's one of the questions that JWST is really going to go after. And we're actually going to be able to use JWST to start looking at the composition of atmospheres of planets around other stars. And that's really critical in this issue of, are we alone?
Absolutely. Looking at especially cold atmospheres and kind of stars that are there, we can see molecular components, things that relate to life here on Earth, oxygen and so forth. Could you just imagine that? We're about to open that door.
And what I think people don't necessarily appreciate is the way we've had to push technology to get to this point.
Absolutely. And that's the beauty of doing amazing new science. We develop new technologies. So consider this technology that was used to shape the mirrors correctly. That technology right now is being used by eye surgeons around the world. That's just one of the many benefits that come from a development like this.
So exciting, and I wish I could be with you at the launch, Thomas, but it's a little bit far away. And so can you tell us where the launch is?
Yeah, it's from French Guiana, a town called Kourou. It's right at that coastal community there where the European Spaceport is. We fly on an Ariane 5 provided by the European Space Agency. The Canadian Space Agency also provided an instrument here. So we're excited and ready for it.
Just like Hubble, JWST is going to help us rewrite textbooks for years to come. Stay tuned, watch for the launch of the James Webb Space Telescope, and stay tuned for another episode of Easy Science.
I'm almost ready to eat dinner.
This is a science mission on par with Apollo missions, Space Shuttle, International Space Station, and Hubble missions. For nearly 2 decades, thousands of people around the world, many spending their entire careers, built the James Webb Space Telescope. And it all comes down to this.
Once we launch the James Webb Space Telescope, there are no second chances. We have 300 single-point failure items, and they all have to work right. When you're 1 million miles away from the Earth, you can't send someone to fix it.
We've never put a telescope this large in space. We want to see distant parts of the universe humans have never seen before. Looking back in time almost 14 billion years to see the first galaxies that formed after the Big Bang. And we want to search for the building blocks of life in the atmospheres of planets orbiting distant stars. To unfold the history of the universe, we must first unfold this telescope.
This is the largest primary mirror, the largest sun shield,
Just a
and the
reminder,
most powerful space telescope
we
ever
got
built.
2
And
hours
yet,
and
this
45
large
minutes
telescope
approximate
needs to fit
for the
inside
live
a
coverage
5.4
to begin.
meteor diameter rocket fairing. That's the largest
So you might
fairing
want to
size
take a little
available
nap
on any rocket, and it's
and
the
come
fairing
back at
size on our
6
ride
a.m.
to
Houston.
space. The Ariane 5, provided by the European Space Agency, is one of the world's most powerful rockets. To cheat the fairing size limit, we built Webb to fold, like origami, to fit inside the rocket fairing.
And this brings us to our most challenging part of this mission, unfolding it in space.
Please, thank God.
Think of what you're doing. You're taking.
What do you mean is it possibly postponed? They just had a live update 14 minutes ago, Jose, and they said all systems are go. That's just happened live from the location. All systems are go. We just seen the update from French Guyana. And right now it's a go. They're loading the fuel. So it looks like it's a go right now. I haven't heard anything about possible postpone on it. Like I said, the update just happened 14 minutes ago. We shall see. But Merry Christmas, everyone. I see Jose and Duplicat, Fantasy, James. Dusty Witch is on duty. No, that some things never change. Some things never change, Dusty. He's on duty. Anyway, I'm going to resume the audio here, but this is looping. And it's going to loop for the next couple of hours. We're under 3 hours from live coverage. Hopefully launch will happen at 7:20 Eastern. So if you're tired, you might want to take a couple of hour power nap like I just did. And what's up, Curtis? So it's good to see everybody. I mean, for those that are enthusiasts with astronomy and love space and exploration, this is one you cannot miss. This is almost 25 years in the making. At one point, this was scrubbed, canceled, money. This is $10 billion later. And it's supposed to have a lifespan. They say it's like 5 or 6 years. They're hoping to get 10. That would be like great if they can get 10 out of it. But even if you did 10, that's $1 billion investment per year. $1 billion investment. And I think it's well worth the money. So many things can go wrong. I think Fantasy said it's going to take months before the science begins. It's going to take a couple of weeks before this happens. Where it's just set up. And then they have to cool it down. They have to get everything all tested. It's going to be taking time. This is the scary part right here. The unfurling of the mirror. The deployment of everything that has to happen right. So many things can go wrong. So many. And that's a problem. Because it's 1,000,000 miles out. Good luck trying to go fix it. It might the Tesla car might wave at it. But this is hopefully it's gonna go off without a hitch. Let's just get it up there. We'll take our chances of what happens once it's up there. And you had to see, they were showing video earlier how they put it in a chamber and they're shaking it to see how it could stand the launch itself. I mean, you would think they're ready. it took many years. You would think they're ready. There's the pins. I was watching something. That's a major concern that they have. I kid you not. There's 107, I think, pins that have to release for that to unfurl. And they said, well, what's your backup plan? The backup plan is they can actually shake it to try to get it loose. Or they can make it spin. I was like, really? That's your backup plan? What are you going to do when you're way out there? But that is right there. That deployment of the sun shield, that's a big one. And, of course, the opening of the mirror itself, putting it to its place. So there's a lot of stuff that can go wrong. I'm not trying to jinx it, but this is, look at this. Look at all these steps. Look at this. Look at everything that it's got to do to deploy. Nothing can fail. This is the mirrors. Ka-ching. Then the other side. Boom. That's unbelievable. A month later, orbital arrival. That's unbelievable.
Holding NASA has ever done. Webb still.
Their sound is horrific, to be honest. It's terrible. I just want to make sure. Okay, we're on that one. Let me get to the screen. Oh, my back is... This, I'm going to pay. You know something? I wouldn't doubt that. Jose, I wouldn't doubt how much they would not reveal to the public if they find something. I agree with you. There's always that concern if they're going to hold back. Always. Just that you don't know. So this is what the scheduling is now. So the next one is the live coverage at 6 a.m. So we pretty much don't need that now. Okay, I knew it. There's another audio bleeding through. And it's got to be NASA TV. So we just muted NASA. Got to keep an eye on NASA. Let me just, I've got multiple feeds going on right now. And the only way to really do this,
Webb is NASA's highest
I gotta minimize.
science mission.
This is the optical and science segment of the Webb Space
That's what's playing in the
in
background.
one of the largest clean rooms in the world.
That's
at
NASA.
NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland. This half of the observatory element successfully passed a series of rigorous vibration
There's the
and
vibration.
acoustic tests to ensure Webb's optics and science instruments can handle the stresses of launch. This element was packed and transported to the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, for cryogenic testing inside its massive test facility, simply called Chamber A, a national historic landmark for its work during the Apollo missions.
Successfully completing the optical telescope element was a significant milestone. And now we look forward to completing final tests of the spacecraft element and then integrating both halves into the observatory.
To give you a sense of where we are in the mission, the Webb Space Telescope consists of two main segments, the spacecraft bus and sun shield, called the spacecraft element, and the iconic 6.5-meter telescope and science instruments, called the optical telescope element. Today, both halves of the Webb Space Telescope are at Northrop Grumman in Redondo Beach, California. Here, the most advanced space telescope optical element will be integrated with the spacecraft
Look at the
element,
size
which
of that
includes
thing.
the tennis court-sized 5-layer deployable sun shield and
Merry
the
Christmas,
spacecraft
Eric.
bus, where the Webb's data and attitude control systems reside. The sun shield protects the telescope's optics and science instruments from infrared radiation, or what we feel as heat, emitted by the sun, Earth, and Moon. Each thin sun shield layer is about 1/1000th of an inch thick and coated with reflective aluminum and protective silicon to provide sun protection of SPF 1 million. Webb is a testament to innovation. Intricate and advanced technological systems were developed to enable awesome science discoveries.
The James Webb Space Telescope is the most technologically challenging observatory we've ever built. No one's ever done anything like this before, but the science will be worth the wait.
Webb will conduct a breathtaking array of science investigations across the history of the universe, ranging from searching for the first distant galaxies to light up after the Big Bang, to searching for the building blocks of life in atmospheres of exoplanets.
The observatory's capabilities are so enormous that major advances are expected across every branch of astronomy.
That's amazing. That's amazing. I'm excited. I don't know if anybody else is, but I'm excited.
How is gravity like nature's magnifying glass?
Now, some of the audios, it goes up and down.
To find out what the universe was like in the beginning, we need to study the most distant galaxies, whose light has been traveling to us for billions of years. But the farther away a galaxy is, the fainter it appears. That makes distant galaxies very hard to see, even for the most powerful telescopes, because they can only collect so much light. Fortunately, nature can provide a helping hand. According to Einstein, the gravity of massive objects can be so intense that it can warp the fabric of space-time. Light, which normally travels in a straight line through space, can show us where this distortion occurs. A very massive object will warp space and bend the path of the light. In a sense, warped space acts like a magnifying glass. A magnifying glass collects and bends light, making a light bulb, for example, appear bigger and brighter. Warped space can do the same thing to light from a galaxy. So what acts like the biggest magnifying glass in space? Galaxy clusters are the most massive things in the universe with the most gravity. When light from a very distant galaxy passes through a cluster, it is amplified and distorted, with the cluster acting like an imperfect magnifying glass. Light that would have gone in other directions gets bent toward our telescope. That lets us see the very distant galaxy in more detail. This effect is called gravitational lensing. Without this natural boost from gravity, it would be impossible for our telescopes to see far away enough in space and time to study galaxies in the early universe. The Hubble Space Telescope has made use of gravitational lensing to see many distant galaxies. And the larger James Webb Space Telescope will be able to find galaxies even fainter and farther than we've ever seen. With Webb, we will look for the very first galaxies to form and really learn about the early universe.
That's amazing.
We have uncovered wonders undreamt by our ancestors who first speculated on the nature of those wandering lights in the night sky.
Sounds like Carl Sagan.
We've crossed the solar system and
take a
sent
nap.
ships to the stars. But we continue to search. We can't help it. A central element of the human future lies far beyond the Earth. If we crave some cosmic purpose, then let us find ourselves a worthy goal.
It's amazing. It's almost, I can't even comprehend how many galaxies are out there with planets and stars and moons. We look at our own galaxy, the Milky Way. Can you imagine? I can't even comprehend it. The number is incredible. Let's see if NASA's showing anything different than what we're seeing here, because this is looping. Let's take a look to see what NASA's doing. I think they may be doing the same thing. What's up, James? Merry Christmas. actually like the music. Oh yeah, I bet they are going to be happy in the morning. That's what I'm interested in. The atmospheres of nearby exoplanets, Headman. That's what I really want to see. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine this is on a truck? There had to be like massive security and protective measures. I mean, that's a lot riding in that truck right now. Pulling that. You better believe everything was closed off. Look at that. Exactly what I thought it would be like. Heck yeah. Look at all the security. You better believe it. And then it had to be sent to French Guiana. There it goes. Mom's watching on her TV in the room. This made one heck of a trip. This is awesome. Definitely, Jose. I agree with that. In the oceans. Absolutely. But Jose, the point is, at some point, we have to go off-world if we're going to survive. The oceans aren't going to survive. Nothing's going to survive. We have to go outward. If the human species is to continue, there has to come a point where we have to go off-world. And this is some of the stepping stones to get there. To find an exoplanet that could be similar somewhat to Earth's conditions, so that maybe that could be a future home for humanity. It's as simple as that. And that's what they're looking at too, the long term. But I agree, what is it? The oceans are 5% discovered? Something like that. But we gotta go out eventually. yeah, we can colonize the moon or Mars, but we want that Goldilocks home. Eventually. Another interesting thing is, if life exists on that planet, whatever type of life it is, how we interact with it. I don't agree with that. You have to look at the advancements of humanity in time. We will evolve. Our technology will definitely grow in time. We don't need to have extraterrestrial help. It wouldn't hurt. But at the same time, I think we have to give credit to the ingenuity of humankind and its development over time. Not talking 100 years, it could be 1,000 years from now, 5,000 years from now. As long as we don't kill each other and destroy ourselves. It'll keep advancing. The sciences will keep advancing. It wouldn't hurt to have some other intelligence assist us, but we'll get there eventually on our own. May take a little longer. Our survival depends on us as a species, because we are a primitive, violent species in general. We have to grow. And that's why they may not interfere with us. I totally get what you're saying. And we got to remember, that's on our basis of understanding of travel. Like wormholes, the manipulation of time and space. Like I said, we're always learning. Remember, a lot of these things are theories, not really proven in fact. It's an hypothesis. They think. It's a fascinating topic. It's incredible when you think about it. Because it's like folding a piece of paper, bending space, and traveling that shorter distance than having to go the whole distance. There's so many theories. It's going to be interesting to see the data that comes from this and the people that are involved that have time on that telescope. You know what I mean? It's going to be interesting. Who has it at specific times? Like somebody has 100 hours to be on it. Because I was seeing that on another video. It's going to be interesting to see what information comes out depending on who's in control of the telescope at any given point. It is too much unknown. There's so much unknown. But this is how you do it. It has to start somewhere. And this is taking it to a whole new level. Obviously. This is scary. Like I said, I'm nervous. Even if it launches and goes to where it's supposed to go, just everything working once it gets there. Look at the timing. Look at the timestamp on this. It's amazing. This thing made a lot of trips, huh? Look how many trips this made. Amazing. Oh, we need mods. Be prepared. Ban, ban, ban. Those are not good things what they're putting in there. Just ban them right off the bat when they put that stuff in there. Yeah, I timed them out, but I'm glad what you did, Headband. Ban them. Mod Army, whatever's here, ban them. There you go, Headband. I'm sure Mark will be streaming. Mark D'Antonio should be streaming at some point this morning. But I want to hear the live coverage. I'm not going to talk over it. Maybe if there's a break in between. I want to hear everything that they have to say. Can you imagine somebody just walked in there without the protective gear? Oh my gosh. Can you just... Oh. Chaos. You know what would be cool? If they point the Hubble... Because remember, they're moving in space. But to have that look for this once it's deployed. Just to show it. Oh. It is amazing. It is. You should just chill out in your bed, watch TV.
That's what I've been doing. I get excited.
Yeah, go watch it. It's on your TV. I am. Fired and arrested, Jose. Throw the book. You shouldn't be smoking. It does. Don't inhale it. I'm telling you.
I never do. You're the one who's not supposed to do it like me.
You know what? I might eat dinner again.
No, you're not.
I ate at 5 o'clock this afternoon.
No. God, dinner is enough.
Dinner is enough at 5 o'clock this afternoon? That's almost 12 hours ago.
Dinner 5 ago and I'm not hungry. Get the hell out of here.
That's you. Mom is like, you just ate a little while ago. That was 5 o'clock this afternoon. It's almost 4 a.m. That's 11 hours ago. You hear her? Even at 4 o'clock in the morning, it's fun here. On Christmas morning. It's entertaining. Yeah, that's coming, Jose. That's coming. No, I just want a little. Not yet. About 5:30, if you're up. Oh, it's beautiful. Heck yeah, I was just messing around. Nobody's going to get in there without being properly dressed and all that gear. No way. There's so many checkpoints. Nobody's going on there unauthorized. No way. No way. Too much riding on this. They were testing the unfurling. All right, Mom. Have a good one. Enjoy it. Look at the size of that. Yeah, exactly. That's the sun shield. Waited a long time for this. It's a million miles away, Dusty. It will be eventually. Wow, that's awesome. Look at that. It's amazing how they pack it, right? They said it's not an option to go out and try to repair it. They said it. Now, maybe that would change, but they said that's not an option. How much? I bet you that option would change, though. And they're probably going to discuss that at some point when the live coverage begins. I don't think anybody wants to go there yet. If something goes wrong, nobody wants to go there right now. Look at that. Can you imagine hitting the wall or something with that? Oh my gosh. That's a possibility, Headband. That's a really good question. Excellent point. We're about 2 hours away from live coverage. Wow. They did vigorous testing. You could see they've gone over it multiple times. Looks like gills. Wow. It's like a surgeon. Look how meticulous. This is awesome. I'm gonna have to put this screen on over there, but I'm sharing this screen. But I need to get comfortable. Or I could just watch it in the time that you guys are all seeing it with a little delay on that side. So I'm seeing it in real time on the main screen. I gotta open up my Christmas present. Not now. It's the Christmas present to me. You know what? I better set up everything now while we have time. So once the live feed starts, I'm not gonna want to do anything. So I'm gonna have to make some moves here. Okay, so if I put this here, I'm using Streamlabs. I don't want to confuse myself because that won't be hard to do. Okay, let's put this over here. And now let's put this over here. Now we're gonna share display capture properties. Display 2. Done. We need display number 3. Display 3. Very good. Done. Okay, so now we could put this here. And I can watch your chats in the middle. This has to go on the other side. Pop out YouTube. Get rid of YouTube feed. Facebook. All right, we are good to go. I'm all set. Now I can look at this screen and all your chats are going on in the middle. We're streaming on Facebook, YouTube, and Trovo. Oh yeah, there's a lot of channels showing this right now. Mark will be getting up to stream this too on Sky Tour live stream for sure. You can bet on that. But now I can face over here and see it in real time. Relax. We still got 2 hours. You can see the live shot in the lower right. If somebody can, whoever's hanging out right now, check what time it is in French Guiana where the launch is. I'm curious. I didn't even check that. If anybody could check what the local time is, where this is going to launch from. See if somebody could pull up the time, what the time is there. hour and 20 minutes. This is going to be until like 8:30 in the morning. And this you can watch it from your bed. I can't. I gotta sit in the chair. Wow, look at this. Easy on the barge. All right, Mom. .04 a.m. Okay. Oh, it's not much of a difference. You can imagine the security. Look at the spectators. Wow, that was cool. That was cool. Oh, now it's starting back at the beginning. Three more hours. Wait, time out. Some people are wearing protective, some are not. They not need to be near it. that? Did you notice that? The guy was taking photos without protective gear, and he was right next to it. They're all wearing protective gear. He's taking photos like a few feet away. What was that? Marvels of engineering. I guess they didn't have to wear protective gear. Good morning, good evening, good day to all those that are watching. For those who celebrate Christmas, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, however you celebrate. Or if you don't celebrate at all, hello to everybody who's watching. Launch is in approximately 3 hours in 5 minutes. Yeah. Definitely, Jose. I'm not crazy about these people without suits, bro. I'm seeing that a lot, and I don't get that. All that preparation, I would... Maybe there was not the need, but that don't look right to me. It's all about static, and it looked like it was wrapped, but still. You're adding stuff onto that, so when it goes into another area that's supposed to be contained like this, all those people that were not wearing protective gear around that, it could just flicker off. I mean, that's crazy. I did say Happy Kwanzaa. Just so you know, Chantal, mostly everybody's watching over in YouTube Skywatcher Gaming. Just so you know. So you might want to bounce over to the YouTube. Definitely not. A $10 billion investment, you don't want to risk anything. Totally agree. It's one of those SMH, shake my head. Chantal should be joining YouTube shortly. Imagine the vibration for launch. There she is. I'm still freaking out. I guess the protective tent protects it. I would be like one of those people that are dressed up and geared up would say, I hope these fools don't contaminate what we just worked on for years. This is where we saw it earlier. I like that music, I do. The birds make sense. If those birds, it should be happening here soon. Oh. I'm gonna eat soon. And it won't be breakfast. Even though I could go for a nice omelet. I just might do that. Make us egg, cheese, and sausage omelet. I even have hash browns. With a cup of coffee. Let's go to breakfast. Yeah. If I'm gonna make the breakfast move, it's gotta be soon because 420 just happened too. Just saying. Right, Chantal? The birds will be chirping soon. And we've seen this earlier for those that have been here for a minute. I think I'm gonna go. I'll be back. I'm gonna go make myself breakfast. Anybody want some? Come on over. I'll be right back in about 10. that's dangerous. I do not like that at all. But it's going to stay right there for now. Merry Christmas, Jose. Have a great one.
By the European Space Agency. The Canadian Space Agency also provided an instrument here. So we're excited and ready for it.
Just like Hubble, JWST is going to help us rewrite textbooks for years to come. Stay tuned, watch for the launch of the James Webb Space Telescope, and stay tuned for another episode of Easy Science.
This is a science mission on par with Apollo missions, Space Shuttle, International Space Station, and Hubble missions. For nearly 2 decades, thousands of people around the world, many spending their entire careers, built the James Webb Space Telescope. And it all comes down to this.
Once we launch the James Webb Space Telescope, there are no second chances. We have 300 single-point failure items, and they all have to work right. When you're 1 million miles away from the Earth, you can't send someone to fix it.
We've never put a telescope this large in space. We want to see distant parts of the universe humans have never seen before. Looking back in time almost 14 billion years to see the first galaxies that formed after the Big Bang. And we want to search for the building blocks of life in the atmospheres of planets orbiting the universe. To unfold the history of the universe, we must first unfold this telescope.
This is the largest primary mirror, the largest sun shield, and the most powerful space telescope ever built. And yet, this large telescope needs to fit inside a 5.4 meter diameter rocket fairing. That's the largest fairing size available on any rocket, and it's the fairing size on our ride to space. The Ariane 5, provided by the European Space Agency, is one of the world's most powerful rockets. To cheat the fairing size limit, we built Webb to fold, like origami, to fit inside the rocket fairing.
And this brings us to our most challenging part of this mission, unfolding it in space.
This thank God.
Think of what you're doing. You're taking this extraordinarily delicate, precise, state-of-the-art scientific instrument, you're slapping it on a rocket, and for the next 8 minutes, the explosion from that rocket is following you into outer space. Vibrating you. Shaking you. Everything that goes into outer space has to live through this environment and work once it gets there without having someone come to fix it.
Two weeks. That's how long it will take to fully deploy the Webb telescope. We can take longer if we need to, but those 2 weeks after launch are going to be nail-biters. This is the Mission Operations Center at the Space Telescope Science Institute in Baltimore. Those 2 weeks after launch will be like our Super Bowl, World Cup, you pick the analogy. Years of training comes down to these moments.
The Webb Observatory has 50 major deployments, 50 depending on how you categorize them, and 178 release mechanisms must work to deploy those 50 parts. Every single one of them must work. Unfolding Webb is hands down the most complicated spacecraft activity we've ever done. Then again, nothing about Webb is easy. We've never done any of this before. There's nothing simple about sending anything into space. You can't do it without taking risks.
This mission is squarely in new spacecraft territory. Webb is the perfect example of science desire driving engineering capability to new frontiers. Webb's unique design was born from reasoned engineering to accomplish its science goals.
Here's the plan. Shortly after launch, we unfold Webb's solar panel for power and our Huygens antenna for communication. About 12 hours later, we have an important engine firing that sends Webb on the proper course towards its orbital destination, about 1 million miles away. That's where Webb will do its science. Webb will be moving so fast, it passes the moon's orbit in 1.5 days, half the time it took Apollo astronauts to reach lunar orbit. First, we lower the sunshield pallet, then raise Webb's primary mirror and instruments away from the sunshield. The solar wind will push us around with the sunshield open, so we'll unfold a trim tab to help keep us stable.
We got these huge, iconic, golden segmented mirrors that will help us deliver amazing new images from the cosmos. But in some ways, the sunshield is a lot more complicated, and it's just as essential. Without it, nothing works.
Here we've got 5 sunshield layers, or approximately 8,900 square feet, almost the size of 3 tennis courts, a very thin Kapton material, about 1 to 2 thousandths of an inch thick. Making them go where you want them to go in 0G is extremely challenging.
The sunshield shades the telescope from the heat of the sun, earth, and moon. The concept is simple, but there is nothing simple about the design or operation, especially when you get to space. Webb's sunshield assembly includes 140 release mechanisms, approximately 70 hinge assemblies, 8 deployment motors, bearings, springs, gears, about 400 pulleys, and 90 cables totaling 1,312 feet. All this just to keep the sunshield under control as it unfolds. First, we release these special restraints that protect the sunshield during launch. They roll out of the way, but not all the way until we are ready to deploy a side. Next, we release a set of covers over the core region. Now comes the critical point. All 107 sunshield release mechanisms need to fire on cue. 107. They free the 5 sunshield layers, allowing them to extend as the mid-booms deploy.
With the sunshield fully deployed, we start setting up the optics. First, the secondary mirror is extended and locked into place, and a special radiator behind Webb is extended, which helps further lower the temperature of the science instruments. Finally, we open the primary mirror's wings and lock them in place. With that done, Webb is in its final configuration, but we're not done yet.
After 47 deployments and accomplishing the hardest spacecraft unfolding NASA has ever done, Webb still won't be ready for science.
While the instruments cool, we'll control motors behind each of Webb's 18 mirror segments, a secondary mirror, and the fine steering mirror located inside the center of the primary mirror. We'll precisely align the mirror segments to form a perfect mirror. Then, Webb will be ready to explore the cosmos.
제임스 웹 우주만환경 행운을 빕니다.
Boa sorte. Webb के अनेक शुभकामना.
Veel succes, Webb.
بالتوفيق لويب.
Kongo inorimasu, Webb.
हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं।
Constructing the James Webb Space Telescope, a mission led by NASA with its partners, the European Space Agency and the Canadian Space Agency, requires the collaboration of thousands of people from across the United States, Canada, and Europe.
The James Webb Space Telescope is the most ambitious and complex space science mission humanity has ever undertaken. Webb is NASA's highest priority science mission.
This is the optical and science segment of the Webb Space Telescope in one of the largest clean rooms in the world at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland. This half of the observatory element successfully passed a series of rigorous vibration and acoustic tests to ensure Webb's optics and science instruments can handle the stresses of launch. This element was packed and transported to the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, for cryogenic testing inside its massive test facility, simply called Chamber A, a National Historic Landmark for its work during the Apollo missions.
Successfully completing the optical telescope element was a significant milestone. And now we look forward to completing final tests of the spacecraft element and then integrating both halves into the observatory.
To give you a sense of where we are in the mission, the Webb Space Telescope consists of 2 main segments, the spacecraft bus and sunshield, called the spacecraft element, and the iconic 6.5-meter telescope and science instruments, called the optical telescope element. Today, both halves of the Webb Space Telescope are at Northrop Grumman in Redondo Beach, California. Here, the most advanced space telescope optical element will be integrated with the spacecraft element.
1 hour till the live coverage begins. Launch 2 hours and 20 minutes from now, hopefully.
The sunshield protects the telescope's optics and science instruments from infrared radiation, or what we feel as heat, emitted by the sun, earth, and moon. Each
I made a
sunshield layer is
I made a continental breakfast. Well, not continental.
coated with reflective aluminum and protective silicon to provide sun protection
Bacon,
of
no,
SPF
sausage,
1
egg, and cheese omelet
Webb
with
is a
hash
testament
browns
to innovation.
and toast.
Intricate and advanced
I'm ready.
technological systems were developed to enable awesome science discoveries.
The James Webb Space Telescope is the most technologically challenging observatory we've ever built. No one's ever done anything like this before, but the science will
Merry
be
Christmas.
worth the wait.
Happy
Webb will
Hanukkah,
conduct a breathtaking
Happy
array of science
Kwanzaa, and even if you don't
investigations across the
celebrate,
history
I hope
of the
everybody's
universe,
having a wonderful
ranging from searching
evening,
for
day,
the first
morning,
distant galaxies
wherever
to
you
light
are.
up after the Big Bang, to searching for the building blocks of life in atmospheres of exoplanets.
The observatory's capabilities are so enormous that major advances are expected across every branch of astronomy.
Ugh. I just want to chill back and watch. Like everybody else. That's not bad. Don't take anything. Mom is up and watching too, in her room. That almost looked like Keith walking in the background. Good morning, Eric. Merry Christmas to you and the family. Yeah, she's in the room watching it on her TV now. I don't blame her. That's the best thing to do right now is lay back on your TV and watch. On your bed, lay back on your TV. Lay back and watch the TV.
How is gravity like nature's magnifying glass? To find out what the universe was like in the beginning, we need to study the most distant galaxies, whose light has been traveling to us for billions of years. But the farther away a galaxy is, the fainter it appears. That makes distant galaxies very hard to see, even for the most powerful telescopes, because they can only collect so much light. Fortunately, nature can provide a helping hand. According to Einstein, the gravity of massive objects can be so intense that it can warp the fabric of space-time. Light, which normally travels in a straight line through space, can show us where this distortion occurs. A very massive object will warp space and bend the path of the light. In a sense, warped space acts like a magnifying glass. A magnifying glass collects and bends light, making a light bulb, for example, appear bigger and brighter. Warped space can do the same thing to light from a galaxy. So what acts like the biggest magnifying glass in space?
Can you imagine?
Galaxy clusters are the most massive things in the universe.
Can you imagine them right now on
When
location?
light from a very distant galaxy passes
They must
through
be
a cluster, it is
freaking
amplified
out.
and distorted,
I would
with
be
the cluster
freaking
acting
nervous.
like an imperfect magnifying glass.
Oh.
Light that would have gone in other directions gets bent toward our telescope. That lets us see the very distant galaxy in more detail. This effect is called gravitational lensing. Without this natural boost from gravity, it would be impossible for our telescopes to see far away enough in space and time to study galaxies in the early universe. The Hubble Space Telescope has made use of gravitational lensing to see many distant galaxies. And the larger James Webb Space Telescope will be able to find galaxies even fainter and farther than we've ever seen. With Webb, we will look for the very first galaxies to form and really learn about the early universe.
I gotta watch the audio. Each audio clip is different.
We have uncovered wonders undreamt by our ancestors who first speculated on the nature of those wandering lights in the night sky. We've crossed the solar system and sent ships to the stars. But we continue to search. We can't help it. A central element of the human future lies far beyond the Earth.
It's like a movie. It really is. It's like a sci-fi movie. But for real.
If we crave some cosmic purpose, then let us find ourselves a worthy goal.
Sagan would be proud of this. Definitely happy and pleased too. Yeah, but it has to get off the ground before it does anything. This is... God forbid. I saw that, Eric. Absolutely, so much can go wrong. This is the part that's going to be the problem. Oh, we got a live feed coming. All the operative systems that have to go unpack itself pretty much. There's 107 pins that hold that sun shield. All of them need to deploy. All of them, or it gets stuck. That alone. Then the mirrors and everything else. I mean, it's a lot of unpacking. Anything can go wrong. And they can't. Not one. So it's crazy. It's ready to go. It's cloudy. Oh. Yeah. It's also the European Space Agency has a lot of pressure on them too. It's not just NASA. There's pressure to go all the way around. Now, the Canadians contributed some type of instrumentation on there, but this is all ESA right now to deploy.
So in the heat of the summer, these visors really can make a difference.
I'm actually going to go over to the NASA feed. So let me do
And
that.
the Webb telescope uses the same principle.
Because they're just using the same. And obviously there's no audio. I just can't hear the audio without seeing what's going on. Now the live feed will start in about 50 minutes. 50. That is beautiful. It is. It's beautiful. I wonder what the weather updates are. It's actually a 32-minute window, I think, James. And if they don't meet the window today, they'll try again tomorrow, same time. I believe I read 32. I may be wrong. Regardless, they don't have much time. It's not a big window. Still, it's stunning. This is exciting, though. It's definitely worth staying up on Christmas morning. It's kind of funny, too, because imagine you're home right now. The kids are still sleeping, but they're about to get up. And they're like, what are you doing up? You better come up with something. Especially if you're with, well, Santa was here and I decided to hang out, have some milk and cookies. Yeah, you can see the cloud cover for sure. The wind is another factor too. It doesn't look like there's much. When it's like that, it doesn't look like it's going to be windy. None of the foliage is moving. That doesn't matter. It changes in the atmosphere above. The ground level doesn't matter what's going on above. Yeah, really. Exactly, Eric. I would say, come on, check this out on Christmas morning. This is like a little special Christmas gift and 25 years in the making, approximately. And then go into the whole telescope talk. At 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning Eastern. It's even earlier the more you head west. Right now it's what? 2:12 in out west? 4:12? No. 3:12 Mountain. 4:12 Central. Amanda right now it's 6:13. She's ahead of me. And then anywhere else in the world, think about it. Like right now where James is in Australia, let's add 4, so it's 9:13 p.m. Saturday, Christmas evening, Christmas night. And just so you know, Eric, a lot of folks are hanging out in the YouTube. Skywatcher Gaming. I see you're over there in Trovo. The gang is over on Skywatcher Gaming. He's coming now. Wow, if they don't launch today or tomorrow, they have to defuel. Well, hopefully it'll go up. Now, somebody might want to check the Twitter feed from NASA. I'm going to try, but I've got too many windows open. Because they might be giving updates. I'm going there now. They're still saying this was 26 minutes ago. Coming up, the moment we've all been waiting for. The Webb launches. Watch live with us starting at 6 a.m. Eastern. So there it is. And they've got a photo. They've got a lot of beautiful photos, actually. I like to share this on the screen. This is their Twitter feed. You can see what they're posting. That was an earlier tweet. The latest one is this one. 27 minutes ago. Look at that. Beautiful. So I would keep an eye on the Twitter feed. NASA, I'm sure we'll get any updates from there. So I'll keep this open. Just in case, keep an eye on it. This way, if we hear any see any news there, we'll know before they actually go live in about 45 minutes. Let me bring chat up again. What's up, Jessica? Merry Christmas, happy holidays. Even if you don't celebrate, we're all here to enjoy this. Hopefully, it's a successful launch. And then everything else has to happen in the next few weeks. But let's just take it one step at a time. It would be cool if they had, I mean, I don't know how long they're going to keep the coverage. It's not, I don't know if they have cameras attached somewhere on that. Doesn't look like it from just by looking at it. But let's see how much of the coverage we have until it's no longer. It would have been cool to keep seeing it as it goes out. So I don't know how long the stream is actually going to last. I think they have a press conference like at 9:15 a.m. Something like that. An update. But this is going to be cool to monitor for the next few weeks. I would say to mid-January at least. And then months to come and years. I think somebody mentioned the data doesn't start coming in 6 to 12 months after it launches this morning. So it's going to be a while. But still, it has to start somewhere, and today's that day, after waiting almost 25 years. And they scrubbed it. They canceled it. I could look at the budget. I believe it's it is different depending on where you go. 30 years and 10 billion later, it's finally on the launch pad. It has overcome loose screws, testing missteps, a congressional cancellation, and everything else. And even the small risk of being hijacked by pirates on its way to the launch site. We all know what goes on in that area of the world. They were even worried about pirates. So yeah, this is a long time in the making. I'm just skimming through the article. It's going into specifics about it. This is one heck of an article, too. But yeah, this is going to be really interesting tonight. I'm looking at the budgets. It's been delayed so many. There's another article. It's been delayed so many times that some astronomers find it almost hard to believe that the launch is actually going to happen. It's wild to think that this incredible observatory that we've all been looking forward to for years will be up and running soon. Planning for this telescope began over 30 years ago, even before the Hubble launched in 1990. In the 1980s, Garth Illingworth was the deputy director of the Space Telescope Science Institute in Baltimore. He recalls that his boss, Riccardo Gianconi, came in one morning and told him that it was time to start thinking about Hubble's successor. I said, no, we can't do that. We're all flat out working on Hubble. And then he said, trust me, it's going to take some time. Yeah, some time is right. Gianconi went on to win the Nobel Prize for his X-ray astronomy work. Was absolutely right. We started out with a little group of like 3 people talking about this and sketching concepts on bits of paper, then putting simple things in rudimentary computers we had back in the 80s. Can you imagine? You had to project into the future and ask what's plausible and potentially feasible, but also take us a huge step beyond our current telescopes. A workshop was held in 1989, and in 1990, an expert review committee mentioned the idea of a large infrared, extremely cold telescope as a successor to Hubble. Planning work continued through the 90s, with the telescope getting its current name in 2002 to honor a former administrator of NASA. In 2004, construction began on certain portions of the telescope, such as the primary mirror and science instruments. The finished telescope that eventually emerged from all that work stands 3 stories tall and has a gold-plated mirror that's 21 feet across. Wow. Massive. It has a sun shield the size of a tennis court that will keep it a frigid minus 370 degrees Fahrenheit. The entire telescope is folded up like an origami so it can fit inside the rocket. We've seen that numerous times mentioned on the videos we've been seeing. And it will have to unfold itself in space, traveling 1 million miles away from Earth. So this is amazing. This is just amazing. Originally, the cost of the telescope was estimated to be only around $1 billion to $3.5 billion. And expected launch dates ranged from 2007 to 2011. That kind of budget just wasn't realistic, given all the unknowns and technology development that needed to be done. There was real pressure at the time to keep costs down. That haunted the project for 8 years and caused a lot of political anguish. The expected launch date kept being pushed back and costs kept rising. Things came to a head in 2011 when lawmakers in the House of Representatives voted to end what seemed like a money pit. Scientists and space enthusiasts rallied the troops to apply political pressure to save it. We had teachers and school children writing, saying, you know, Hubble's been amazing. This is our future. We want this mission. Astronomers feared that the project would be killed in the same way that the superconducting super collider project for particle physics got canceled in 1993, after work on the collider had begun and over $1 billion had been spent. But with the former help of Democratic Senator Barbara Mikulski, who championed the telescope, Congress came to a deal and work continued with a new launch date of 2018 at the earliest, and what was supposed to be the development cost cap of $8 billion. In 2018, the launch was yet again delayed until 2021, as an independent review board estimated that the total cost to support the new launch date was going to be $9.6 billion. Wow. So, can you imagine? There is potentially people that were working on this and no longer here with us. This has been going on for decades. It's amazing. Over the years, and Jose brought this up, about other areas of science. Over the years, some in the astronomy community have felt annoyed that so much of the science budget had gone to this one giant project. The journal Nature refers to the James Webb Space Telescope as the telescope that ate astronomy. And in 2010, the journal Science noted that a project intended to revolutionize astronomy now threatens to derail NASA's entire space sciences program. So yeah, they put a lot invested in this. There were many people in the astronomy community who thought, let's kill this, and then we'll get the money for our missions, which was it's, you know how that goes. Now that it's a done deal, however, astronomers around the world are just crossing their fingers and hoping that the telescope will launch safely and unfurl in space the way it's supposed to. And this is the two big keys right now. Has to get off the ground. It's got to get up there. And then once it gets there, that's a whole different ball game. This is a good article, actually. I can't imagine it's almost over. I can't imagine that the most astronomical community isn't actually just waiting to see it launch and really, really hope that it works. Because if it works, it will be a really spectacular scientific instrument. And even as they wait and hope and worry about the space telescope, the community is already talking about the next major one. Of course they are. Last month, an expert committee convened by the independent National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine recommended building a behemoth that's optimized to study planets around distant stars to search for signs of life, which could launch in the 2040s. Good luck with that. 2040s. That's quite a bit away from now. That's a few decades at minimum. So yeah, this is awesome. This is historic. Potentially. Now, I don't know what the heck that is on the camera. I keep seeing like it reminds me of a spider. For some reason, that's got me like a little buggy. It almost looks like a squash bug on the camera lens. Definitely a game changer. Definitely. I'm looking at your chats. What's this now? I have no idea about that, James. I don't know where it originated from. Not for nothing. For 5:28 a.m. on Christmas morning, I'm not doing too bad. I streamed like for hours yesterday. Many hours. That power nap definitely helped. So did the breakfast. That kind of rejuvenated me. Actually, there was a live show on KGRA last night. It was really good. The Bishop. And you can bet I'll be opening up my Christmas present to moi when I wake up for the second time today. There's legends. Chantal's talking about legends of the origin of, and you can just see what they're saying in chat. So, what do we got now? About a half hour before the live feed starts. I'm excited. I'm going to have to rejuvenate and get more coffee. That's what I got to do. I got to get a boost. But let's see. Let's see if there's any other. Let's see. Wow, it's just amazing. I mean, it looks stunning. It looks really cool. Like the images of when it's deployed. Like illustrations. It's amazing. Just looking at it. Okay, I'm going to just put this on the screen because this is kind of important. Because a lot of people are wondering where it's going to be. So there you go. You can see Webb's orbit right there. So it's out there. It's definitely out there. You can see the Earth, the moon. That thing is out there. So that's pretty cool. Lagrange point 2. And like I was looking at the artist rendition on the top. Look at this looks like something out of a movie. Look at this. That is wicked looking. That's awesome. And like I said, it's all dependent on it properly deploying. Look at that. The Hubble. So this is what the Webb uses. The instruments. I'm not going to read it all out. You guys can see that on the screen. I'll leave it up for a minute. Because that's important. The instrumentation. So there's the Canadian instrumentation. Wow. Look what they're saying here. Look how much the enhancement and the comparison between what Hubble can see or has seen to what they predict the Webb will do on the right side. That's unbelievable. And to think of the massive size of each of these galaxies, and look how many there are, and what is involved in each galaxy. It's mind-blowing. It really is mind-blowing when you see that, and all these different galaxies out there. I can't even put the number. Billions and billions and billions. Trillion. It's insane. And then to think of all the bodies within each galaxy and do the math on that. What's out there? It's just almost, I can't comprehend it. It's that massive. It's amazing. And that's the thing, the exoplanets. That's going to be amazing. How much will they gather? The data on it? Webb will study in detail the atmospheres of each of these exoplanets and will look for the key elements like methane, oxygen, water, and the building blocks of life. Look at this. Right here. I can't highlight it. It's making me highlight everything else. What a pain. I hate when it does that. Future more sensitive instruments might even be able to detect the chemical signatures of biological activity or the byproducts of industrial processes. While Webb is not expected to make any such life-confirming observations, it will advance the study of exoplanets far beyond already existing capabilities. So it might, future more sensitive instruments might be able to detect, but this is a big step to get to that point. And that's why they're already plotting another one. So that's significant. Because they learn from it and they improve. And they're definitely gonna study the bodies within our own solar system for sure. This is good. This is unbelievable. This is above and beyond. It's amazing. I don't know if anybody's as excited as I am. I don't think they said that if the L2 insertion burn does not go well, it would just keep going and the mission lost 2 build. Oh, I mean, if it doesn't, that's a biggie too. It's gone forever. That's a big point too. So much can go wrong. Too much could go wrong. And it only takes one. There's a lot of crossing fingers going on. And praying and a lot has to go right for this to happen. It can't be like the mirrors that they had the issue. It was nearsighted or farsighted. I forget which one. The Hubble, when they had to go up and repair it. That's what they called it. It was either nearsighted or I think it was nearsighted. Can't have that issue now. And somebody says, oh, but you go out and what do you think the price tag would be? Even if it were possible to go out and retrieve it, fix it, even if it was possible, you think they're going to? I could just see it. $10 billion down the drain. And then they'll say, well, we're not sure if we want to invest this kind of money with overruns moving forward. You know there'll be the people that'll say that right away. We're not going to put, especially all those other people that were complaining that they were dumping all this money into one project. They're going to say, well, see, I told you so. You poured all this money into it, and we could have been doing all this other stuff, but you decided to do this and it didn't work. You can imagine. Because they're just waiting for that. There's a lot of people that are looking forward to this happening. There's some people out there that, I hate to say it, but wouldn't want this, for their own selfish reasoning. I'm sure that's human nature. Sadly, but that's the fact. The moons, even in our own solar system, the moons are just as important as the planets themselves. I mean, Europa, Enceladus, however you say, Enceladus, Enceladus. Those would be two I'd be watching right away. Especially Europa. That'd be on the top of my list. Absolutely. You guys are still on that question of the origin of... That's funny. But we're getting close to a live coverage. About 20 minutes. It should begin. And I cannot wait. Because my nerves are going to go... And again, this is just one step of many. In the next few weeks, months, years to come, hopefully. But it has to start today, this morning, Christmas morning. It's awesome. And like I said, when I wake up for the second time today, it's like Christmas V2, version 2. It's like I'm going to start all over again. Yeah, like, I don't even want to get into that. Don't get me started, Duplicate. Like the trillions and trillions of dollars that just went poof, gone. Nobody knows. Yeah, nobody knows. How many projects did that go to? Reminds me of the movie Independence Day. There's a line in there when they get to Area 51. I think it was I can't remember the actor's name. Judd Hirsch. I can't. He says, "What do you think you think they spend $10,000 on a toilet seat?" Yeah, they do. They spend. Did you see the cost of the bathroom? Well, I'm calling it a bathroom. And the ISS, the millions and millions of dollars it costs. I seen an article on that like a few years ago. I was like, wow. But yeah, they always find a way. Once I seen an article, and they don't have it anymore. They took it off. One of the branches in the government, I can't remember which one. I don't know if it was Army, Navy, whatever. It was either Army or Navy. They made special mugs, drinking mugs, that it was like given out to certain individuals. The mug cost over $1,000. $1,000 for a mug. I couldn't believe that. I was like, wow. Really? What was this mug made from? 50,000 on a hammer. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's been actually, like, I read the article. That actually started in 89 in a meeting, and then 90. So this is actually 30 years when it was first thought of and the concept came up for this James Webb. It's actually started 30 years ago. It started with, and based on what that article said, with 3 individuals. That's amazing. When you think about it, 3 people came up with this idea. Wow. And then, like they said, Congress said they cut the funding in the House in 2011, I think it was. And then they rescued it. But it's been a lot of uphill challenges for this. And now there's like I said, there's so many people that have put so much time and effort, the hard work, just seeing this get to where it is right now on that launch pad. This is a dream come true for so many people that worked their tails off to get to this point. And they lost hope. Can you imagine that roller coaster, that emotional roller coaster for the decades? How bleak it looked at points, and how good it looked at some points in time. Up and down, up and down. Delays, overruns, budgets, faulty equipment, missteps. It's a lot. This is something like, I don't know who mentioned it. Somebody in chat mentioned it. If your kids are up, you should have them watch this. This is history, potentially, hopefully. This is historic. I think it was Eric. This is something you would want them to see. Live. Of course, it's going to be available on a replay, but there's nothing like live. Oh yeah, NASA's definitely. It's like everything else, James. But it's funny, the Democrats saved this. It was the Democrats who saved this in 2011. Just saying. But it's become everything's become too political these days. Everything. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. But yeah, it's a lot of painstaking work. A lot of time. Now, I'm going to go check out the Twitter. Good morning, Heidi. Actually, what time is it for you in the UK? Like 10:45? It's not too bad. I barely got any sleep, but this is so important. Who cares? Really. Let's see if NASA's got anything else new on their Twitter. Nope. It's the last post. I'm going to keep an eye on that. They're still going with their last post. So we got about 14 minutes before the live coverage kicks in. An hour and 34 minutes before, hopefully, launch. Now, that clock is still ticking, but there are hold points, and they will discuss them when that goes into a hold position, if at all. And just hopefully, like, the weather's going to cooperate here. I don't know. I'm not. We'll find out once they go on live. But we're close. We're close to getting to the live coverage. I would suggest. I'm sure Mark D'Antonio will be streaming. I'm going to go straight with the feed. I am not going to talk over it. I want to hear everything that's going on. I'm just going to let it play because I want to hear what they have to say. And I like listening to that because you can hear the behind the scenes, the communications, the comms going on in real time. I enjoy that because you can hear it when you know that the flag goes up. It's going to be postponed. They're having issues. I like to hear that dialogue. And if you have somebody talking over it, you're not going to hear it. So I won't be talking. I'm going to be sitting back like all of you, hopefully, and enjoying it and watching it and absorbing it with the nerves. This is, it's already building up. I'm actually nervous. So, yep, we're going to be starting in about 12 minutes. I just hope I have more coffee ready to go. I think I don't know what time sunrise is, but it still looks dark outside. And I believe it's 2 hours ahead of us with French Guiana. So that would be 7:48 a.m. local time, I believe. And there's quite a bit of people up and about early this morning. Well, for us here in the States. Depending where you are. I mean, it's not so bad. Like where Fantasy is, it's 2:48. Where Eric is, it is 3:49, I think. Now I have 3 monitors going on, so I have to turn my head to look at the chats. It's all over the place. Because I'm looking at Trova. We also are streaming on my Facebook. Let's see. And so hello to anybody who may be watching on Facebook. I'm monitoring YouTube and Trovo. So I just did a pop-up. Now I can see it a little easier. Oh. They're getting ready. You can hear the mics. They're getting ready. Sometimes I just like to listen to see if they say something that they don't realize they're...
Oui, merci.
Merci.
C'est pas une mauvaise idée parce que si j'ai faim, le sucre.
Je vais t'amener une bouteille de jus d'orange.
Anybody speak
J'ai
French?
de l'eau ici, mais tu sais, peut-être que je peux garder mes affaires.
Can somebody interpret
garder
this?
mes affaires là?
De toute façon, ici, il y aura rien.
Tu les verras? Et les drapeaux?
On les a enlevés, on a tout mis derrière. Non, c'était enlevé.
Ça n'a pas marché?
We need an interpreter for French.
C'est moins dangereux ici, hein?
Ah ouais.
Ooh, they killed the mic. They turned the mic off. They were like, oopsie. They could hear us. Somebody somebody must have said, we can hear you. We can hear you. You're live on the NASA feed. Busted. I wonder what she was saying. Or what they were saying. James. I know, right? Oh, man. But they're prepping, you could tell. They're supposed to go live in 9 minutes. They just yanked the plug out. It would have been interesting if somebody was here that spoke French and was able to translate that for us. Where are all the Canadians? That would have been helpful right now to have someone here. I wonder if Amanda, I don't know if she does. If she's fluent or understands or speaks. I never asked her. Asked her. Yeah, right? They're actually, James, they're probably, exactly. After this, let's go out for some coffee. It's too funny. I keep, I see that, and I know, but I keep seeing bug. Bug just keeps coming up into my head. Spider. I see that up there, and I'm like, that's not a spider on my screen, is it? Bill, it's moving. That's because I'm still, I'm a little tired. I mean, it is 5:53 a.m. It's like the night never ended. Christmas Eve into Christmas morning. It just didn't end. Just kept on going. I got like maybe an hour power nap. Power naps work, though. They work for me. I think Dusty's probably still on patrol. I haven't seen him pop in for a while. He's still out on patrol. Maybe. I wonder what the radar looks like. I'm going to look it up. I want to see. Snow, still the old post from NASA. 1 hour ago now. Oh, wow. That's not good. The local weather is terrible there today and tomorrow and every day. I'm looking at it now. Thunderstorms. Oh my gosh. Their weather is insane. Thunderstorms, scattered thunderstorms. Even, this is the long range forecast, but look at this, thunderstorms every day. My gosh. Where's the radar? Wow. Oh, that's a projected. Now. Wow. This is ugly looking. It's coming right off the coast, off the water. storms moving in. But hopefully that'll stay offshore because that's 8:30. Now it said. Oh, I hope weather doesn't become a factor. What's up, Lorraine? Merry Christmas. Wow. That weather forecast is brutal. Well, it's going to be going live in about 4 minutes. Hopefully. Mom, I hope you're still awake. I should hear a yes in about 20 seconds for the delay. Oh, she might have fell asleep. She's watching it on the TV. Imagine I just yell, Ma! She'd be like, what the hell is that? Oh. Too funny. I wouldn't do that. Yes, I would, but not now. I can't do that. Because I'm bad like that. Like I said, Eric, you know what I got for Christmas for me. I can't wait to open it later. Today might be the day. After I wake up for my second time, I may redo the whole area and install it. I cannot wait to open the box. Because I haven't opened it because I was waiting for Christmas. Uh-oh. I was waiting for Christmas to do it. If you're still awake, Eric. And it's going to take me a couple of hours to resort all this equipment. That's scary. I don't even want to look. All right, Heidi. All right, in about 2 minutes. Sit back, enjoy, relax. I am. I'm going to sit back and mute my mic and watch it live. His live coverage is going to begin momentarily in about 2 minutes. Hopefully. Depends. I don't even want to make a joke. But I would hope that we're going to hear this in English. No offense. I'm just saying. Oh, I'm definitely going to. I may be doing it today, Eric. It's really not that bad. Just got to make the room for this monster. Because it's a monster. I've never had a piece of equipment that big over here. And I'm going to have to do some rewiring. And nothing's open today. So I better have everything I need to wire, ties. And I do have ties. I know I have all that. But I've got to make this nice. And for those that don't understand what the heck I'm talking about, well, let's turn the up. We might have to do it after, but right there in that box is a 30 channel mixer. I say it again, 30 channel mixer. That's a monster. But I can't wait to play with the new toy. That's Christmas present to myself. And then I got to get it to work. And Eric, you know the deal. It's new drivers, new mixer, new settings. You know where I'm going with that. So I may not be able to actually do it for so many reasons. It'll interfere with. Here we go.
We have uncovered wonders undreamt by our ancestors who first speculated on the nature of those wandering lights in the night sky. We've crossed the solar system and sent ships to the stars. But we continue to search. We can't help it. A central element of the human future lies far beyond the Earth. If we crave some cosmic purpose, then let us find ourselves a worthy goal.
You're looking at live footage of an Ariane 5 rocket in Kourou, French Guiana. At the very top of that extraordinary machine, one of the largest rockets in the world, we find the most ambitious space observatory ever built, the James Webb Space Telescope. And today is launch day. From all of the people all around the world working on today's launch, good morning, bonjour, buenos dias. This is live coverage of the historic launch of the James Webb Space Telescope. I'm Michelle Thaler, speaking to you from NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland. And I am very excited to be with you today. Today, the James Webb Space Telescope begins its journey to explore the edge of our observable universe, and its journey into history as well. This launch has been years in the making, and the world has turned out to watch. We'll have a lot to discuss both before and after launch, but let me set the scene for what's going on around us. While I'll be anchoring coverage from here at NASA Goddard, the big stuff happens today here at the Centre Spatial Guyanais, the Guiana Space Center in French Guiana. This is the main launch site for the European Space Agency, a close partner in this once-in-a-generation mission, and the home of all Ariane launches. Katie Haswell is there at the launch facility and joins me now live via satellite. Okay, how are things in Kourou, Katie?
Michelle, things are looking really good. The boards are green, the mission controllers are focusing hard, we are go for launch. We've had our eye on the weather the last couple of days. The weather's been a little bit inclement, so we're keeping an eye on that, but otherwise everything's looking absolutely great. And I have to tell you, there is just such a buzz of excitement here in the Mission Control Center. It's a remarkable feeling. Right now we're topping up the tanks on the upper stage of the vehicle. So we've got two great big arms called cryogenic arms, and they clamp onto the upper stage and they pump in the cryogenic fuel, which has to be kept very, very cold. So it has to be topped up right until the last minute because it can evaporate. You'll see those arms kind of falling away just before launch in the last couple of seconds. So up here in the Sky booth in the Mission Control Center, we have NASA's Rob Navius and the European Space Agency's Luce Fabregat. They're standing by. Hi guys, standing by to take on the commentary when we get to about 15 minutes to launch. But right now, Michelle, all the boards are green. We're go for launch. Back to you, Michelle.
We'll be coming back to Katie for the final phases of the countdown in just a little bit. So I'm an astronomer, and this launch is a huge deal for me. I am personally really, really excited. But why is this such a big event for everyone? The Webb telescope is nothing less than humanity's next effort to move closer to understanding some of the biggest questions about the origin of our universe. And it's not just the origins of distant stars and galaxies, but it's the story of us, you and me, how we got here. And speaking of questions, we'd like to include yours in this historic event. On whatever platform you're watching our coverage, drop your questions with the hashtag AskNASA. Later in the broadcast, we'll answer some of them live on air. It can't be said enough that this is a mission for anyone who's ever looked up at the night sky and wonder. People all over the world are sending in their best wishes for the success of Webb, and let's look at some of them now.
제임스 웹 우주만환경 행운을 빕니다.
Boa sorte. Webbকে অনেক অনেক শুভকামনা.
Veel succes, Webb.
بالتوفيق لويب.
Kongo inorimasu, Webb.
हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं.
Godspeed, Webb.
We're still on track for a launch at 7:20 a.m. Eastern U.S. time. 2 days ago, the rocket rolled out to its launch pad in Kourou. Of course, there's already been a lot of activity at the launch site. Primary fueling procedures were completed early this morning, preparing the giant Ariane 5 rocket for flight. Let's watch this scene for a moment.
Isn't that awesome?
We know the world is watching. Today, humanity begins its next bold adventure to extend ourselves out into the cosmos. This is something we do as a whole planet, all of us together. Befitting the global importance of this initiative, let's review some of the basic facts about the observatory shared by people all over the world who are looking forward to the Webb mission.
The entire world is looking forward to the launch of the James Webb Space Telescope. Let's hear more from a people around the globe about what makes Webb a scientific and technological marvel.
Será el próximo y principal observatorio espacial para los astrónomos de todo el mundo y llevará más allá los prometedores descubrimientos del telescopio espacial Hubble.
它是一个由美国国家航空航天局、欧洲空间局和加拿大空间局开展的国际合作项目。
Ni darubini kubwa zaidi kuwahi kuwekwa angani na ina nguvu mara 100 kuliko Hubble.
Webb is zo groot dat deze in origami-stijl moet worden opgevouwen om in de raket te passen. Om vervolgens in de ruimte als een transformer te worden uitgeklapt.
Les 5 couches de son écran solaire le protégeront du rayonnement infrarouge émis par le Soleil, la Terre et la Lune. C'est un peu comme avoir une crème solaire avec un FPS de 1 million.
अभूतपूर्व इंफ्रारेड सेंसिटिविटी के साथ ये पिछले 13.5 अरब साल तक के समय में बिग बैंग के बाद सबसे पहले पैदा हुई गैलेक्सियों को देखेगी.
در فاصله 1.5 میلیون کیلومتری از زمین به دور خورشید خواهد گشت، در حالی که تلسکوپ هابل در فاصله 560 کیلومتری از زمین در مدار زمین قرار دارد.
Thousands of people all over the world have worked for years to get us to today's launch. The core partners, NASA, the European Space Agency, and the Canadian Space Agency are the principal players. But a vast core of engineers, scientists, private companies, and more have had a hand in building this one-of-a-kind scientific platform. Without a doubt, this is the most complex spacecraft ever built, with revolutionary technologies, daring mission goals, and a whole lot of personal passion and commitment. We'll hear from our partners later in the broadcast, but first, let's hear from someone representing the science community with a rare perspective about space exploration.
Hello, I'm ESA astronaut Matthias Maurer, currently living and working on the International Space Station ISS. I'm very excited to follow the James Webb Space Telescope's launch with you all from space. Even with the naked eye, we astronauts see that the stars are incredibly sharp and brilliant once we are outside the Earth's atmosphere. James Webb Space Telescope will be the largest and the most powerful telescope in space yet. And it was built to study the big questions. Questions like, where do we come from? How did galaxies form, like our Milky Way? How are stars and planets born, like the Sun and the Earth? Might there even be life on other planets? The James Webb Space Telescope is a joint project between NASA, the European and the Canadian space agencies, and by tens of thousands of people with origins in many countries. And it will be used by scientists everywhere on Earth.
NASA Goddard is the home of the Webb telescope, with big sections designed and built here. But actual mission operations take place here. This is the Mission Operations Center, or MOC, at the Space Telescope Science Institute in Baltimore. After launch, this facility will command and control Webb for the duration of the mission. We'll be looking at the MOC at key moments throughout the broadcast, and this will become a familiar location for viewers in the weeks ahead as the Webb team begins to set up the telescope for work in space. So as we move closer to launch, we'll actually keep a picture of the launch facility right here on the screen.
Awesome.
But for the next 10 minutes or so, we're going to talk about some of Webb's principal science goals. If you've ever seen a telescope before, I'm certain it didn't look like this. Of course, the look of this particular machine is a direct result of the scientific questions it's been built to pursue. So fortunately, we've got an expert pair of guests with me this morning to help explain those science goals and much more. So I'm joined now on the set by NASA's Deputy Project Scientist for Exoplanet Science, Nicole Colon, and also with Macarena Garcia-Marin, the Instrument and Calibration Scientist for Webb's Mirroring Instrument from the European Space Agency. So welcome to you both.
Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you. So this is our chance to kind of step back and talk about the science goals of Webb. You know, this is the part that really excites astronomers like all of us. And I know that there's unusual things about it being an infrared telescope. There are specific science goals, infrared answers. So maybe you could start us out, Nicole, with you're an expert on exoplanets. How is the infrared really important for your study?
Sure. Well, with exoplanets, we want to study their atmospheres. And as a reminder, exoplanets are planets that orbit distant stars. So we're looking for very small signals when we study their atmospheres. And Webb is this giant telescope that we're able to use to collect these small signals and look for infrared signatures, chemical signatures of water and methane and carbon dioxide, those types of molecules in their atmospheres. And why the infrared? You know, that's really because those signatures are the strongest in the infrared. We know that they exist there, and so that's why we want to use Webb to look there.
It seems an amazing idea. So exoplanets, planets around other stars, are light years away from us, tremendously distant. So how do we know if it's water, methane? I mean, how can we probe an atmosphere so far away?
Well, with Webb, there's a couple different ways, but one of the main ways is actually using the transit technique. And this is an indirect method where we actually detect the decrease in starlight that happens as a planet goes in front of its star. But then imagine the planet has an atmosphere. Well, there's an additional decrease in the starlight because the atmosphere blocks some light from our point of view. And why it blocks the light is because there's usually a molecule or something in there, like water and methane, like I mentioned, that is acting as an absorber and blocking the light from our telescope, in this case, Webb.
So going from, the relatively nearby stars and planets, Macarena, you're an expert on very distant things, distant galaxies. So how does infrared contribute to your field of study?
So with Webb, we're going to be able to observe the very first galaxies in a star. We're talking about 3.5 billion years ago, so it's really mind-blowing if you think about it. And why infrared? Well, those galaxies emitted their visible light many, many millions of years ago, and that light travels towards us in time, and at the same time, the universe expands. So in that process of travel and expansion, the light shifted from the visible to the infrared, and so Webb will be able to actually observe those very original primeval galaxies. And not only those, but it will also allow us to observe everything in between, so we can understand the evolution of our galaxies from the first ones to the ones we see today.
This is something kind of amazing. So our eyes interpret different energies of light as different colors. Exactly. And infrared light is a color that our eyes are not sensitive to. But like you said, it's actually just the space of the universe stretching out the light and changing it from visible light into infrared.
Into infrared, exactly.
So how are these first galaxies different from galaxies today?
Well, when you look at the images we have of the oldest galaxies we've seen, they look like fluffier and clumpier. We know they have a lot of star formation, so they are actually, that's a really good signature to measure them. And they are like little seeds that afterwards they merged and got together and evolved until the ones we see today, which are like spirals and elliptical galaxies.
So from the near universe to the far, one of the things that infrared is very good is seeing through dust. That's another huge advantage. Maybe Nicole, could you sort of take us through that story?
Sure. With dust, first there's a lot of dust in the universe, but how stars and planets form in the first place, they are forming in these very dense clouds of gas and dust that come together, and it's very difficult to see through them with normal visible light. And so the infrared is actually able to see through that, almost like an X-ray, you know, sees your bones, sees through our skin. You can use the telescope like Webb to see through the dust and see the inner stars forming, or see some newly formed planets that are also very warm from having just formed.
And there's even a possibility of seeing some of the very first stars, or at least some evidence of the first stars that might have existed. But could you tell us a little bit about that, Macarena?
Yeah, so the very first stars, they form right around the time of the very first galaxies, even before that. And so we'll be able to measure them, maybe not the very first one, but the first population of stars, which is really interesting because they were formed out of a very pristine material. And then from there, they evolved into more evolved stars that created all the elements we know today, things like gold, platinum, carbon, everything. Us were formed out of those original stars. So it's a really amazing adventure to observe all these objects and understand them better.
You know, there's so many wonders in the universe, and one of the things that I would never have believed was real unless I'd seen it, the data with my own eyes, is the TRAPPIST-1 system. And that this is actually going to be one of the targets for Webb, is that right? Tell us a little bit about TRAPPIST.
Sure. TRAPPIST-1 is, like you said, it's going to be a target. There's 7 planets in the system, and they're all small, around the size of Earth, actually. So it's also a very compact system. So it's not just that there's a lot of planets and that Webb's going to observe every single one of them, but it's the compact nature that's just really fascinating, because the entire orbit of the planetary systems, like all 7 planets, they fit inside our orbit of Mercury around the sun, and Mercury is our closest planet to the sun. So imagine 7 planets in there, and you know, there's a lot going on, but it's very exciting because we'll get to learn and do comparative science and see, are all these planets, do they have the same chemical signatures in their atmosphere? You know, do they all have same amount of water, carbon dioxide, things like that?
Well, thank you so much. We're going to be back to talk to you more, but thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So we'll be back in some more minutes to talk with them. And remember that we're taking your questions, so use the hashtag AskNASA. Webb looks like nothing that's come before because it's pursuing scientific goals like none that have come before. It's taken years to prepare it for flight, and as you might imagine, plans of this scope and scale inevitably run into unexpected challenges. Along the way, just like any of us, it encountered things like snowstorms in the east, wildfires in California, hurricanes that deluged Houston, Texas, and of course, the global COVID-19 pandemic, which added its own profound challenges to the whole team. This story really warrants a recap, so check this out.
The Webb Space Telescope presented many engineering challenges, but engineering hasn't been the only obstacle the team had to overcome. In 2011, an outbreak of tornadoes cut electricity to the Marshall Space Flight Center in Alabama for nearly a week, while the team rushed to finish cryogenic testing on the primary mirror segments using power from diesel generators. Engineers had to endure a large snowstorm, known locally as Snowmageddon, while testing the Integrated Science Instrument Module at the Goddard Space Flight Center. And of course, everyone has had to contend with the global pandemic. One particularly memorable challenge was working through Hurricane Harvey in 2017. This massive cyclone dumped 40 to 60 inches of rain across the Houston area over a 4-day period, causing catastrophic flooding and $125 billion of damage, all while the telescope was undergoing cryogenic testing at NASA's Johnson Space Center. Though the telescope remained safe inside the test chamber, water leaked through the ceilings, people had to cover workstations in plastic tarps, food was in short supply, and a few team members trapped by floodwaters had to be rescued by boat. It was rough, to say the least, but the team and the telescope survived the storm. Despite winds and snow and endless rain, the team got it done, and Webb is now ready for its final journey atop a rocket into space.
While the Webb telescope is a technological marvel, everything here began with questions. Questions about how the first stars and galaxies came to be. Questions about whether planets around other stars might have environments that can sustain life. And of course, the promise of discoveries we can't even predict yet. A few days ago, I had a chance to speak with someone who's probably the best person on Earth to help us understand what we know, what we don't know, and how Webb will help fill in those gaps. Dr. John Mather is a Nobel Prize winner who measured the Big Bang with an observatory built here at NASA Goddard. John is Webb's senior project scientist, and we're so pleased to have you here today, John.
Glad to be here with you, Michelle.
So to start this incredible story of Webb, let's start with something that's deceptively simple, gravity. There's something special about gravity.
Gravity is special. Gravity always pulls. It's the only force of nature that always pulls. So that's special. And what makes that special is that gravity, although it's very weak, is very long range. It can reach across the universe and slow down the expansion of the material that came from the Big Bang, turn it around, pull it back together, turn it into galaxies and stars and eventually planets and a place we could live. So that's what makes gravity special among all the forces of nature.
And something so simple, like just the idea that it's always pulling together, that simplicity leads to wonderful complexity, doesn't it?
Yes, because it's always pulling, it's possible for gravitational energy to be converted into kinetic energy, that's just heat, and the universe becomes self-heating, which is not something the other forces could do all by themselves. Clouds of gas can be compressed by the gravity until they get big enough and hot enough to light up and have the nuclear reactions inside that turn hydrogen and helium into the chemical elements you see around you, here in the house, here on the set. So carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, everything we have that we think of as ordinary came from inside stars. So we are stardust, as Carl Sagan told us, but there wasn't any stardust in the Big Bang. So we need this part of the story to be figured out. How did we come to be able to live here on our little planet when the universe started out without all of these goody things?
So you mentioned these planets around other stars. So we're almost sort of going through all these amazing science goals of the Webb. What can Webb tell us about planets around other stars?
Well, once in a while, a planet goes in front of the star, and some of the starlight goes through the atmosphere of the planet, if it has an atmosphere, on its way to the telescope. We will spread out that light into a spectrum, or what you would call a rainbow, and we'll analyze it to see what are the chemicals that are in that atmosphere. So we will be able to tell you, maybe, that's the plan, whether those little planets that might be like Earth actually could have, for instance, water in their atmosphere, and maybe enough water so there could be a liquid ocean under that atmosphere. One of the great questions. So we know they're planets. We know when we should look. We just don't know what we're going to see.
So after the Webb launches, one of my dreams is I'm going to be standing outside in my backyard and point to a star and say there's a planet around that star that we know has water vapor, oxygen, perhaps methane, carbon dioxide. So what is Webb going to also do in the search for life closer to home, our own backyard?
Well, here in our own solar system, we will be looking at everything from Mars on outwards to the farthest we can see. Satellites, comets, asteroids, and the planets themselves. And some of them are really interesting and special because we know they're possible homes of life. What would make a thing a home of life? Well, if it's wet. That's the good clue. So the satellite Europa, which orbits around Jupiter, was discovered by Galileo himself, and we know now that it has an ocean that's covered with ice. There are cracks in the ice where water comes spitting out. NASA are going to send a probe over there to fly through those plumes. We're also going to point over there with the Webb telescope to see what can see about that atmosphere and those plumes of water. We'll be looking at Titan, which is a satellite of Saturn, which is so big that it has an atmosphere enough to fly a helicopter. And it is cold out there, so that what they have, what is on the surface, is solid ice, and over that are liquid hydrocarbons, which you would use for fuel here in our home. But over there, it's liquid rain, lakes and rivers, and we will be looking at the geology of that before we send the helicopter out there.
So you're on this amazing journey from the very distant early universe all the way to our own solar system, but this has also been a personal journey for you. You've been working on Webb since the very beginning of the mission, is that correct?
I have. Since '95, we had our first conversation, but people were even dreaming and imagining way before that what we needed. And you could tell even before we launched the Hubble what were the possibilities, and we learned that we would need an infrared telescope that could do things that Hubble could not do.
Well, John, I've been an admirer of yours for many decades now, and it's an honor to be with you on this part of the mission. So thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck on the launch and the
Merry
mission
Christmas,
ahead.
Darryl.
Thank you for asking all these great
power
questions.
enough for an hour. Been streaming since like 2:30.
The Hubble Space Telescope delivered profound insights about our place in the cosmos. But perhaps the biggest takeaway from Hubble is that we've only just scratched the surface. Hubble gave us the best ever views of stars and planets forming inside vast, dark clouds of dust. But as soon as we had that data, we were asking new questions that needed better measurements, clearer images. Hubble was also able to capture images from galaxies so far away Their light took 13 billion years to travel to us. These distant galaxies are just tiny dots in Hubble's images, tantalizing scientists with clues about how the first galaxies form. In order to pursue a better understanding about the earliest days of the universe, we needed to build a better time machine, and that's Webb. So I'm going to be rejoined here by Nicole and Macarena, and this is our chance to talk a bit about building that better time machine. You know, what about the technology of Webb? So there's so many aspects of Webb to start off with, but maybe again, going back to the theme of infrared. The design of this telescope is so different because we had to use infrared light, heat light. So tell us about some of the challenges of, for example, why does it have to be so cool? Tell us about infrared light in the design.
Right. Well, I think we've heard already just how cool it has to be. It's around or below 50 Kelvin, and that's minus 370 degrees Fahrenheit. Actually, below that is what it operates at. And that's very cold. And the reason we need it so cool is because we don't want the telescope itself to detect itself. Because there's several instruments on board. There's 4 different instruments, and there's some moving parts, and so you need things to be cool, because you want to detect these faint signatures from either an exoplanet atmosphere or faint light from the earliest stars and galaxies. So you just don't want to detect your own telescope.
Now, Macarena, you are the instrument calibration scientist for the coolest instrument.
It is the coolest
on Webb.
instrument, yes.
MIRI. So tell us a bit about MIRI and why it needs to be so cold.
So MIRI, it's a really unique instrument, and it's a great example of this collaboration we have in this mission because it's half European, half US. And so MIRI is the only instrument on board that uses the mid-infrared light. And the mid-infrared light is a bit redder, a bit cooler than the near-infrared light, and so because of that, MIRI needs to be colder in order to detect that very faint signal from high-received galaxies or protoplanetary disks, etc. So because of that, it's the only instrument on board that has a cryocooler. So it is not only the passive cooling from the sun shield, it is active cooling, and it brings it down to about minus 450 Fahrenheit. So it's really extremely cold, a few degrees above the absolute zero.
And we were talking about you don't want the telescope to be so hot that it's basically giving off its own signal, its own radiation, and that leads us to why it needs to be in space, right? So tell us a bit about why do we need to launch this thing into space to see these wavelengths?
Well, again, it kind of goes back to atmospheres because Earth has an atmosphere and there's water in Earth's atmosphere as one example. I mean, there's a lot of other molecules, but basically in the infrared, at the wavelengths that we want to observe some of these stars and planets and galaxies, those wavelengths are actually where Earth's atmosphere is opaque. So with telescopes located on Earth, even at higher mountains where they try to get above the clouds or atmosphere sometimes, there's still residual atmosphere that we're trying to look through and peer through. So in order to see the full infrared wavelength range at a very high sensitivity as well, we need to go to space.
Absolutely. So we talked a bit about some of the power of techniques like spectroscopy. We've heard Dr. John Mather talk about it. So let's go a little bit more into the details of how spectroscopy works and why it's so powerful. Continue.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I can keep going. Well, with spectroscopy, we heard visible light again is it's a rainbow of colors that we don't see naturally. But if you use something like a prism, you can separate out that light and see all the colors from blue to red. But then the infrared is redder than the human eyes can see. But you can still do the same technique where you have spectroscopy tools or instruments like Webb has, all these spectroscopic tools, so that we can break up the infrared light and look at certain colors, if you will, so that we can see certain features that we are looking for, whether it's the right wavelength where a galaxy might be bright or where water is absorbing in an atmosphere.
So Macarena, MIRI has many different capabilities.
It does.
And in fact, it has one that I believe is something different called coronography as well.
Yes.
Tell us a bit about all these ways that we're going to detect different signatures from planets. Tell us about MIRI.
Coronography, it's an amazing technique, but essentially it simulates an eclipse. So when we have a very bright star with planets around, for instance, usually when you take an image, the stars outshines the light of the planet, so you don't see them. But with MIRI and with other instrument NIRCam as well, you can actually block the light of the star and dim it, and then you see the planets around. And it's really a technique that's going to be very much used and to do like in this image, direct imaging of the planet.
Well, thank you so much. We'll be back to talk to you more with some social media questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
NASA and its partners began developing the Webb telescope years ago, growing from an initial inspiration to a design, then schematics, and finally reality. What started as a big dream for studying the origins of the universe required best-in-class engineering expertise to transform into something real. Let's take a short look at the very long story about the earliest days of the James Webb Space Telescope.
Before the Hubble Space Telescope even launched, scientists were already discussing what should come next. Ideas for what was then called the Next Generation Space Telescope evolved throughout the 1990s, and by the end of the decade, NASA had a preliminary plan. Construction of the James Webb Space Telescope began in 2004. Beryllium was mined to create the mirror segments, which technicians polished and coated in a thin layer of gold. Meanwhile, engineers designed and built new science instruments in the US, Europe, and Canada. Every step of the way, there were reviews and tests to make sure each part could withstand the rigors of spaceflight. By the early 2010s, the team began bringing individual components together at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland. It was there that the mirrors and instruments began to coalesce into the grand machine we see today.
We've said before that the James Webb Space Telescope is an incredibly ambitious mission. Big ambitions come with big challenges, and that's certainly been the story of Webb. From the beginning, the design of this observatory has been a balance between the boldest questions scientists have dared to ask and the cutting-edge technology that our best engineers could offer. The design for Webb evolved from earlier ideas of what a telescope could be, another example of the delicate balance between desire versus capability. To get a better understanding not only of the mission's goals, but also the mechanical guts of the observatory itself, I recently got a chance to speak with a pair of engineers who know the anatomy of the Webb telescope better than just about anyone. I'm here with Keith Parrish, a senior engineer on the Webb mission. And Keith, you brought something to show us today.
Yeah, yes I did. So conceptually, Webb Sunshield is actually quite simple. All we need is 5 tennis court size pieces of this material outstretched to protect the telescope from the sun. So what I have here is an actual sample of that material. This is just Kapton.
It's so light, yeah.
Yeah, it's an industrial, you can buy this and it's commonly used. And what we do is we buy it for Webb, we seam it all together in small pieces, and then we actually coat it with special coatings to give it the what we call the thermal properties we need in orbit. So this one has a nice pink or purplish kind of hue to it, and the reason it's purplish in hue, we use this on the sun side, and we actually put a silicon material on this Kapton, and then we actually put a little bit of a metal in it, and what that metal does is it gives us a nice electrical conductivity. We don't want any surface charging building up, and the other thing is this silicon coating actually drops the temperature of this layer, so, and also it's very durable and can survive for many, many years in space.
And then this whole thing has to unfold somehow, where we can actually see that behind us.
Exactly right. So if you look at that animation there, unfolding there, so it's actually S-folded up, almost like a fan. We call it S-folding. And once we get it all folded up, we secure it to a structure by actually pinning it for launch. So, a huge shout out to our mechanical engineer and our entire Sunshield team, because they've come up with some really clever ways to secure this for launch, unfold it, fold it, and then, ultimately get it safely deployed in orbit.
That's wonderful. So speaking of unfolding and all these pins that need to release, let's go over here and talk to James Cooper. You're going to show us what's going on there.
Yeah, hi. So I have here an example of a non-explosive actuator. We have 178 of these.
These are all these little pins we're talking about, right?
James Webb, right?
Yeah.
107 of the 178 are the membrane release devices. And we use this type of actuator because it produces a very low shock when it's released. And the animation shows conceptually how it works. We send an electrical signal through either one of our connectors. We use both, but either one of them can cause the release to happen. It melts a small wire inside, and then we have a spring that unwinds and allows 2 halves of a split nut to separate, and then our pin can get extracted. And so in the case of the MRDs, it's a spring-loaded pin that pulls to release the folded membranes. In other places, we would be bolting two pieces of structure together and then releasing them so we can deploy them.
And the Sun Shield itself has 107 of these?
107 MRDs that all have to work.
Every single one has to work.
Every single one has to work. And 178 of this type of device in various configurations around the entire observatory.
Right. Well, if we go over here, we've got something sort of lovely waiting for us, a big gold hexagon. So tell us what we're looking at, a sort of a model here of the mirror segment, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Full-scale, single segment, one of the 18 mirror segments on James Webb. The real ones would be machined out of a single piece of beryllium to the exact curvature we need. And then once we're deployed on orbit, each segment can be individually focused to make it act as a single perfect mirror.
Now that coating, tell us about this gold coating here.
Yeah, so this is coated with a very thin layer of gold. It's only a few hundred atoms thick of gold, and that gold is really good because it gives us a reflective property in the infrared, and that's really what Webb is an infrared telescope, and we need that sun shield exists to cool this entire telescope. So this mirror actually runs about minus 400 degrees Fahrenheit on orbit. If it were warmer than that, the infrared energy coming off of this, that heat energy would swamp our detector system and our instruments. So that entire sun shield exists to cool all 18 of these down. And again, this gold coating is what helps with all that reflectivity to make it perform even better.
Well, that's wonderful. So now you put it all together, and we have a smaller mock-up here, the sun shield, the mirror. Tell us what we're looking at here.
Much smaller. So yeah, this is our entire observatory fully deployed on orbit. And you can see the sun shield here is a large feature. You can see all 5 layers that I talked about earlier. And it's the separation of those 5 layers which lets heat energy escape out to space before it eventually gets to this cold layer. Again, that entire telescope is running minus 400 degrees Fahrenheit, and the way we get it that cold is this side is shaded. The telescope is looking to the deep universe, which is near absolute zero. And then again, this layer here, we've got about a 500 degree temperature drop, so this telescope is also looking at this layer here, which is nice and cold. So that's what lets us, harness thermal physics to cool this down to those really, really cold temperatures. Again, you can see our booms, which are fully deployed and stretching this out, and then ultimately all folds up and gets stowed into this structure for launch.
Right, so the membrane release devices would be along the back side of these structures on the forward and the aft side. And we release them in rows so that we can sequentially start to unfold the membrane once those pins are pulled out of the way.
Well, that's wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck on the launch. I'm very excited.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, let's get a live launch status update from NASA commentator Rob Navius at the launch site. Rob, how are things in Kourou?
Well, thank you, Michelle, and Merry Christmas from the Jupiter Control Center here in Kourou, French Guiana. You are looking live at an Ariane 5 rocket on its launch pad, ready to send the James Webb Space Telescope on the initial phase of its journey. The fueling of the Ariane 5's first and upper stages began before sunrise, and in the last few minutes, mission controllers here in Kourou and at the telescope's control center at the Space Telescope Science Institute in Baltimore conducted polls, with all positions reporting they are go to proceed into the final phase of the countdown. Launch controllers have been monitoring weather conditions throughout the night, keeping tabs on clouds and wind speeds, both at ground level and in the flight path of the Ariane 5, ensuring that all of the precise commit criteria are acceptable for launch. Right now, we have a green board, no issues as the countdown proceeds, no issues again being tracked by the flight control team here in Kourou. By the way, our broadcast today is a collaborative effort between NASA and the European Space Agency. So that's it from now. From the Ariane 5 Mission Control here in Kourou, we'll be back with you soon. For now, let's go back to the Goddard Space Flight Center and Michelle Thaler.
Thank you very much, Rob. So Webb asks big science questions. It demonstrates astounding technology. It inspires and excites people to dream and wonder. And the spark of inspiration is the ignition of creativity. Kids all over the world have a natural affinity for Webb's big pursuits. And now we have a collection of young artists ready to showcase their work.
Hi everyone, I'm Kelly Girardi, and this is Delta V, and we're kicking off the Unfold the Universe Challenge with NASA and the James Webb Space Telescope. NASA is hosting an Unfold the Universe Art Challenge. Use your imagination to share what you believe the Webb telescope will find.
I believe that the Webb's telescope will see galaxies, stars, planets, the moon, and don't forget our star, the sun.
Not for nothing, I love the way this host is doing her job. I think she's awesome.
Up in the sky, really high, it's space.
Ooh, space. Thanks, Greta. Good job.
This is my picture of space.
Hello, my name is Gabriel. I am from Romania. This is how I imagine space.
Hello everyone, good morning. This is a drawing of distant galaxy that can be seen by James Webb Space Telescope.
Hi, my name is Anastasia, and this is what I drew when I think the telescope will look like, what the telescope will see. I drew the Earth, the Sun, a new planet, a black hole, and stars.
So we've been fielding social media questions from viewers all over the world this morning, and let's take a couple of minutes to share some responses. There's been a couple questions about how long will it take for images to come out, and there's a lot of things that need to happen before the images are coming. So Macarena, why don't you take us through some of that?
Yes, so for the first scientific beautiful images to share with the public, that'll take 6 months. And the reason is because it is, so we launched today, it takes a month to take to the orbit place, to the Lagrange 2 point, and then we have a whole period of cooling down the instruments, aligning the mirrors, and making sure that all the instruments are ready to do science. So the whole process takes 6 months, half a year.
And also all of those 18 segments of mirrors, something needs to happen to get them all working together too, right?
Exactly, because initially you launch with 18 segments and they work separately. So you will take, if you observe one star, you will get 18 little points. So there has to be a process where you take images with NIRCam, which is one of the cameras on board, start moving the mirrors slightly to make them work as a single one, and then by the end of this iterative process, you go from 18 points to a very sharp, pristine single point source. So all mirrors act as a single one.
So let's see, we have a question from LV coming in on Twitter. Will Webb be able to enhance detection of comets, asteroids, or meteors that enter our solar system? So that seems we've got a planetary person here.
Sure. Yeah, well, Webb does have a special observing mode where it's able to track these rapidly moving objects, because compared to these distant stars and galaxies, asteroids and comets, they move pretty quickly. And so Webb will be able to do this so that we can study material that's outgassing from them and learn more about what they're made of.
So let's see, there's so many good questions, and we only have time for a few more. So one is from Kristen Rodriguez on Facebook. How long will it take James Webb to reach Lagrange point 2? And you might also just explain what is Lagrange point 2?
So it takes a month. I think it's actually 29 days to get there. And the Lagrange 2 point is this very interesting stable point. So the gravitational pull between the sun and the Earth create this point where it is stable, and you can, as we can see there, Webb can orbit around the L2 point in a very stable orbit, only needs a little bit of corrections once in a while, and it can always have the sun shield protecting the telescope from the radiation of the sun. In a full year, you can observe any object in the sky, and it's a continuous observation.
Well, thank you very much. We'll hopefully come back to a few more questions later.
Thank you.
So this is a big mission with a cast of thousands to bring it to life all over the world. As we get closer to launch, let's take a brief look at the main locations where Webb took shape on its journey to space.
Inside the massive high bay clean room at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center, engineers assembled the 18 gold-covered mirror segments into the backplane of the telescope and integrated the 4 science instruments contributed by international partners. To simulate the harsh environment of launch, they went through vibration tests and acoustic tests. And to simulate a space environment, the instruments endured cryogenic testing in a large thermal vacuum chamber. But it wasn't large enough to hold both the instruments and the mirrors, so the telescope boarded a plane to Houston, Texas, to visit the only thermal vacuum chamber in the world big enough to fit the entire assembly. Chamber A at the Johnson Space Center was originally built to test the Apollo spacecraft, and half a century later, it provided a grueling 100-day test for the Webb telescope. Next, the telescope traveled to Northrop Grumman's facilities in Redondo Beach, California to meet up with its other half, the Sunshield and spacecraft bus. Fully assembled at last, the entire observatory went through yet more tests, many focused on making sure the spacecraft could properly fold up for launch and unfold in space. Then in September 2021, Webb caught a ride on a specialized cargo ship and set out on a 16-day voyage to the European Space Agency's spaceport in Kourou, French Guiana. According to its travel itinerary, that's Webb's last port of call on Earth.
Once Webb gets into space, we're going to have some exciting things to tell you about what happens next, from its extraordinary engineering to the thrilling scientific adventure it's about to enable us to undertake. But launch comes first. And for that, I'm going to turn it over to Katie Haswell, our host at the launch site, and one of NASA's most recognizable voices, launch commentator Rob Navis. It's all yours, Katie.
Thanks very much indeed, Michelle. Well, it's all looking very good here at the spaceport for a Christmas Day launch. Operations running smoothly, the countdown ticking over nicely. All the systems are green and we are go for launch. You can see there we're looking at launch pad number 3, the James Webb Space Telescope, inside the very top of the rocket in first class with its seatbelt on, waiting patiently for liftoff. That's scheduled in about 32 minutes' time. I'm in the Mission Control Center here at the spaceport, the nerve center of operations. We're about 10 kilometers from that pad, and behind me you can see it's a laser focus here in the control center with the Mission Control Centers all on console there as we get closer to launch. We call this the fishbowl behind this protected glass. And up in their skybox here in Mission Control are NASA's Rob Navis and the European Space Agency's Luce Fabregat, and they're standing by to take over the commentary about 15 minutes as we get closer to launch. First of all, though, let's check in on the countdown and let's see how things are progressing with Stefan Israel. Stefan is the CEO of Arianespace. Arianespace is the company responsible for getting our telescope into space today. Stefan, thanks for joining us. No pressure.
Good morning, Katie.
How are things looking?
So we are now 31 minutes before liftoff. So far, so good. Ariane 5 is ready. Webb is ready. The range is ready. And the weather is green.
Well, that's good to hear. So what can we expect to see? What's going to happen?
Yes, so in the 30 coming minutes, we will make the final operations. 10 minutes before liftoff, we will have the final authorization of the weather. And 7 minutes before liftoff, we will enter in the famous synchronized sequence.
And, I mean, how's everyone feeling? I'm guessing everyone's...
We launched for humanity this morning from the Guyana Space Center. You know what Webb is about. After Webb, we will never see the skies in quite the same way.
It's an important project, isn't it, for everybody?
It's a very special mission, but we have delivered already 111 times with Ariane. This is the 112 Ariane 5, so we will deliver this morning.
And everybody there in the control center, cool, calm, and collected. Stefan, thank you very much for having taken time to step out of the fishbowl for us. So you can head back now into the fishbowl and take up your position. Stefan Israel, thank you very much indeed. Stefan, of course, heads up what we call the flight desk, which is the authority that takes all the final decisions in the event of unplanned situations. Now, we are in French Guiana. We're on the northeastern coast of South America. We're in Amazonia. It's hot. It can get a little bit sweaty sometimes, and there are lots and lots of mosquitoes. But somebody who knows it very, very well is Raphael Chevrier. Raphael is a rocket science scientist, or a rocket expert at least, from Arianespace. Thanks for joining us, Raphael. Tell us a little bit more about French Guiana.
Well, French Guiana is a French territory that borders Brazil. It's located in the Amazon rainforest. 97% of the land is covered in trees, so that's why it's so green and beautiful. And you can totally imagine that the wildlife there is absolutely incredible. This is actually one of the best preserved habitats in the world.
And of course, it is in the jungle, and yet it is actually the European spaceport. So what makes this location in South America so important and so relevant?
Well, there are several reasons for this. First, we are on the coast. It means that we can launch over the sea from north to east without having to fly over inhabited area. So this is very convenient to reach any kind of orbit. There is no hurricane here, big tropical storm, there is no earthquake, but more importantly, we are very close to the equator, so that we can benefit from what we call the slingshot effect given by the rotation of the Earth. So let me take this globe. Basically, here on the equator, we are all traveling at roughly 1,000 miles per hour. That's very convenient. Of course, we don't feel it. If we were on the poles, that speed would be very, very close to zero. It means that when Webb is right now on the launch pad, inside the fairing of the Ariane 5, it's already traveling in the right direction, and we can use this extra boost to get us into space. That's also very convenient for Webb, because doing so, it can save its fuel and increase its operational life in orbit at 1.5 million kilometers from here.
And that really is important, 1 million miles, isn't it? And so there's a real proper slingshot effect. Yeah. And the facilities here are ultra high-tech, and that's exactly what Webb needs, isn't it?
Yeah, that's very convenient for Webb. It's also located in a nature reserve. So this is the perfect meeting between nature and technology, and people come from all over the world to work here. But one thing that's been very important for Webb is cleanliness, because you know that one speck of dust could alter the vision of the observatory in space. That's why we have been extremely careful in keeping a pristine environment in all our facilities, from Webb's arrival in French Guiana to sealing it inside the rocket.
So let's talk a little bit now about the Webb Space Telescope. I really don't think you need me to tell you that it is the product of a feat of human ingenuity. And you don't get to make a telescope as complex as the James Webb Telescope and as remarkable without tremendous amount of collaboration. And the James Webb Space Telescope is indeed the product of a partnership between 3 space agencies who came together to create it. NASA, the European Space Agency, and also the Canadian Space Agency. So here to talk about that now is Greg Robinson from NASA. Greg, thank you very much for coming to the floor, out of the fishbowl as well for us. And we're talking serious teamwork here, aren't we?
Yes, Katie. We've benefited from an amazing partnership with the Canadian Space Agency and the European Space Agency. Over the life of the development, we've had more than 10,000 people actually touch Webb, 29 states in the U.S. and 14 countries across the globe, and not to mention the amazing industrial base across the globe that have benefited here. In order to do bold missions like this, it takes lots of resources and lots of expertise, so we maximize everyone's expertise.
And how did this bold mission get onto an Ariane 5 European launcher?
So as part of the partnership, the Canadian Space Agency contributed science instruments, and they're incredibly important for this mission. And so did ESA, science instruments, and the amazing Ariane 5 that we will see take us on this journey and put us in the right direction to get to Lagrange Point 2, and we're looking forward to that.
It's a tremendous atmosphere here, isn't it, in the Mission Control Center? There's a real buzz here today. I wonder how you must be feeling, Greg. I mean, it's got to be a very, very emotional time knowing that your telescope is sitting there on top of the rocket, getting closer to launch.
It's certainly amazing. I often talk about the butterflies, and people keep asking me, have they started? Have they started? And yes, they're starting. And when we get to about 20 minutes out, they will start flying a lot. So
Well,
the excitement is just amazing.
The excitement is building, and of course everyone very cool, calm and collected. Thank you, Greg Robinson. You can take your position back in the fishbowl now, because I know you've got a lot of work to do in there. Greg Robinson, thank you very much indeed for joining us. So the Ariane 5 launch vehicle is the heaviest lifter in the Ariane 5 Ariane family of launchers. And Raphael, she has got an incredible track record, hasn't she, of success?
Yeah, this is a very reliable and successful rocket. Webb is going to be the 112th Ariane 5 to be launched. And the very first Ariane, the Ariane 1, took off exactly 42 years ago. Yesterday, this was on Christmas Eve, 1979. Good symbol.
Yeah, and hopefully we're going to get a good Christmas present today as well. And I mean, the rocket is also, you don't get to build a rocket like this without collaboration either, do you?
Of course, just like Webb, actually. In fact, 12 different countries have been participating in the development of the Ariane 5, with Ariane Group now being the industrial prime.
And we have a scale model right next to you, Raphael. Why don't you talk us through it? The rocket is made of sections, and we often call those stages, which is what you might hear during the commentary.
Exactly. So first you have the two boosters, solid boosters, that are located on each side of the rocket. They will provide the main thrust in order to literally push the rocket against the gravity of the Earth. Then you have these big tanks that form the main cryogenic stage, with the main engine Vulcan at the bottom.
And then you have the Webb telescope right at the top, inside the fairing.
It is right there on the launch pad, and together they are put on top of the third stage, a cryogenic stage. And it is this upper stage that is going to place Webb into orbit.
And what about the engines? What are we going to see at liftoff?
At liftoff, we first see the main Vulcan engine ignite first. We do this because we want to check it's working properly before we switch on the solid boosters 7 seconds later. Once it's done, there is no turning back. The rocket is going to lift off. And so, yeah, that's very, don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if you don't see the rocket lifting off for 7 seconds. That's time for the rocket to actually warm up before soaring into the sky.
So once we light the touch paper, you can count to 7 before it actually lifts off. Now, one of the advantages of the Ariane 5 vehicle is that it can be modified, and that's exactly what we've done for today's launch. We've had to make some changes for it to be able to host the Webb satellite. And joining me to talk about that is somebody who, the right person for the job indeed, because he was in charge of those changes, Daniel Deschambre from the European Space Agency. Thanks for joining us, Daniel. What did you have to do?
First, we need to recall that Webb will be the largest payload to be ever accommodated on Ariane 5. It fully occupies the volume of the fairing, with gaps as small as 10 centimeters for a diameter of 5 meters. It is the reason why we had to develop a specific integration procedure to ensure that there is no contact with them. After separation, during separation, the venting system of the launcher has been improved in order to balance as much as possible the inside and the outside pressure of the fairing. And this is due to the fear of a depressurization shock, which could damage the delicate layers of Webb submersion shield. After separation, due to the fact that some equipment of Webb are very sensitive to sun exposure, the roll control of the launcher will be tuned in order to make sure that Webb is always oriented only one face to the sun. And in addition, to avoid any hotspot, the launcher will create some oscillating movements, like a barbecue mode, to avoid any overheating. And after Webb separation, there will be a specific end-of-life maneuver to be applied on the upper stage in order to put it on a liberation orbit around the sun in order to avoid collision in the long term.
Thank you very much indeed, Daniel. So we'll hopefully see the upper stage rocking in space. Not quite all the way around like the familiar barbecue, but a slightly different movement. Listen, gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for being with us today. I know that you're busy. You've got jobs to do inside the fishbowl, so I'm going to send you right back there now, and very best wishes for the launch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our telescope has a long journey ahead of it. It's got to travel 1 million miles to its destination in space, its working zone, where it's going to start telling us all about our universe. It's already started that journey because it's traveled to the launch pad from Los Angeles. After final tests were concluded in Los Angeles, Webb was packed into a special container and transported along the LA 405 freeway, which had to be closed because it's so big. It traveled on a special ship. A lot of spacecraft will come to the French Guiana launch site by plane, but Webb was too big for that, so it had to travel by ship, and it went through the Panama Canal. Up through the locks. And it took 16 days to get to the port in Kourou, where it was unloaded and traveled to the spaceport. That's not the real Ariane 5, that's a model, just outside the Jupiter Control Center, actually. It was unpacked very carefully in the facilities that Raphael was talking about. And then fueling started, and of course, the teams had to wear special suits because that's a dangerous job. And then it was placed all the way on top of the Ariane 5 rocket. It was encapsulated inside the fairing and sealed. And then it was rolled out to the launch pad 2 days ago. From the vehicle assembly building to the pad along very special rails. Very, very slowly through the Amazon rainforest. It was raining at the time, and that was 2 days ago, and here we are now, 17 minutes and 46 seconds to launch and counting. All systems are go here at the European Spaceport in French Guiana. We have 3 control centers on the job today. We have the Mission Control Center here. We also have the Launch Control Center, which is about a mile from the pad. And then we also have the Telescope Control Center, Mission Control in Baltimore in the US, and that's where the operational teams are standing by to take over the telescope operations. Once it's released from the mothership, that will be about 27 minutes after launch. And they'll be controlling the Webb telescope for the rest of its life. Very important job. The James Webb Space Telescope is a truly remarkable observatory. People have been working on it for over 2 decades. Some people have been working on it for their whole professional lives. Thomas Zurbuchen is the head of science at NASA, and he's joining me now just to talk about it. Thomas, or Dr. Z, as we can also call you. The day has come. All these decades, all this time, all these people working on the telescope, and here we are, 16 minutes and counting to launch. It's a big day, huh?
Oh, I'm so amazed, right? We have this telescope on top of this rocket, a telescope that 10,000 plus people have worked on in many ways, and together with that telescope, all the hopes and dreams of those individuals and also tens of thousands of scientists, some of them not even born, that will benefit from these data are there with them waiting for these last minutes of countdown for its journey to space.
I'm guessing people are feeling a combination of emotional excitement. What's going through people's minds, do you think?
Oh, I think there's a tremendous sense of accomplishment. Whenever you're on top of a rocket, many things went really, really well. There's tremendous pride. There's always a little bit of anxiety. We know launching is hard. We have one of the absolute best teams in the world working on this right now, so I'm confident in that. We're super excited. I mean, it's just an amazing day today.
And what are you most excited about, Dr. Z?
Well, I'm a scientist, so for me, besides the technology that really is a marvel, I mean, it's really the best we can do. What I'm thinking about is really looking at the universe in new light. We have never seen the universe how Webb will show it to us. And can you just imagine going back in time, 13.5 billion years? It boggles your mind, even as a professional astrophysicist. Kind of just think about all the new things we're going to learn about our most beautiful universe.
Dr. Z, thank you very, very much for joining us. And I want to wish you and all the teams, everybody, the very best for today's launch. Thank you.
Go Webb.
So, yes, indeed, go Webb. So we are now 14 minutes and 30 seconds to launch. We're getting really close now. Everything's going well. All systems are green for launch.
I'm enjoying the dialogue, what they're talking about. I'm not interrupting this duplicate.
NASA's Rob Navius in the skybox alongside the European Space
I'm absorbing
Agency's
all this
Luce
right now.
Fabregat, who are going to take on the commentary from here on in. Over to you guys. Rob.
Here we go.
Well, thank you, Katie. Merry Christmas to our worldwide audience from our broadcast booth high atop the Jupiter Control Center here in Kourou. Joining me today for this historic launch, my colleague Luce Fabregat, the head of infrastructure and value chain for the European Space Agency. Luce, good morning.
Good morning,
to be
Rob.
with you. Great to be with you today.
Very pleased to be here with you and all of you watching us for this very special event.
Well, at this hour, countdown clocks are ticking backward. We are at T-minus 13 minutes, 32 seconds and counting. Out on the launch pad, everything is in great shape. Don't let those clouds fool you. We are go for launch. The latest weather briefing just completed indicated that all weather parameters are green. We have a green board here in the control center, and everything has gone extremely smoothly in the countdown. About 9 minutes ago, a major milestone passed as the James Webb Space Telescope began the process and completed the process of receiving commands to transition from external power to internal battery power following the latest in the series of those weather briefings. Webb will remain on internal battery power until its singular solar array unfurls about 30 minutes after launch. Earlier, telescope controllers reported good environmental readings from sensors inside the fairing, encapsulating the telescope atop the upper stage of the Ariane 5 rocket. And Luce, as we enter the most critical phase of the countdown, can you outline some of the upcoming critical activities as we head into the phase called synchronized sequence?
Yes, Rob. We are now reaching the end of this 11-hour sequence that we call the chronology, and that started yesterday evening. All systems here have been prepared for the final launch operations. And at the time being, it's rather quiet now inside the launch table and also inside the launcher. We were told a few minutes ago by the launch control center here that the launcher fluids and electric systems are ready for the final automated sequence. They are on hold now, waiting for the last weather report at -10 minutes. After this weather report, 3 minutes later, we will have the beginning of this famous synchronized sequence when all systems will be made ready for the liftoff. This sequence will first be run by the ground calculator, and then the onboard computer will take the lead step by step, and the launch vehicle will be made autonomous from the ground system. You know that we have 2 tanks in each cryogenic stage, upper stage and main stage. All 4 tanks are, of course, thermally insulated from the hot environment we have here in French Guiana. However, these liquid propellants are at very low temperature and because of that slightly evaporate. And to ensure they are perfectly loaded at liftoff, their final loading and topping up will last up to 4 minutes before the launch. So that will be the beginning of the synchronized sequence run by the ground calculators. Then we will have on the fleet side the end of the topping up, the final loading and the topping up of the different tanks. And on the electrical side, we will have the onboard computer getting prepared for the launch also, and it will be uploaded with the H0, with the H0 time, the time for the liftoff, which is today at the beginning of the window, 9:20 local time, 7:20 Eastern time.
Well, here comes the weather report.
And Luce, we're coming up on that final weather report. We expect all systems to remain green. We'll be going down to the fishbowl to confirm that just a moment or two from now. It's a 27-minute ride to orbit from liftoff until the time that the Webb Observatory is separated from the upper stage of the Ariane 5 rocket. Several minutes later, the commands will be given to unfurl its solar array, followed by the confirmation from the telescope controllers in Baltimore that we are power positive, meaning that electrical current is flowing through that solar array. With us today, inside the so-called fishbowl, seated with mission controllers on the floor of the control room, is Raphael Chevrier of Arianespace. Raphael, how's everything looking? What's being discussed down there?
Hi, Rob. Well, so far, so good. We just received the last weather forecast. It's all green for the H0 that is forecast right now. What we checked was altitude winds, wind in the vicinity of the launch pad, and risk of lightning. So right now, it's a relief because the weather was a bit tough in the last couple of days. But right now, everybody is very focused on the next steps. The start of the synchronized sequence at 7 minutes before liftoff. Last operations that Luz described earlier before Webb and the Ariane 5 are going to lift off and soar into the sky.
We're minutes away.
Thanks, Raphael. We'll be back with you and Luz here shortly. We now have confirmation from Baltimore that James Webb is on internal power. Amidst all of this activity, we cannot forget that it is Christmas Day. 53 years ago, the astronauts of Apollo 8 completed their 10th and final orbit of the moon after reading from the book of Genesis on Christmas Eve to billions of people watching with rapt attention back on our planet. The astronauts then headed for home following their spacecraft's trans-Earth injection burn. Today, more than a half-century later, we're just minutes away from another Genesis, the genesis of new era of discovery. The launch of the James Webb Space Telescope is at hand. We're just 38 seconds away from entering the critical synchronized sequence.
Oh boy.
You're going to be hearing all the critical calls from
this is
the
what I
DDO,
love.
the Range Operations Manager,
No talking.
who is Jean-Luc Voyer, here in the launch.
Enjoy
in
the launch,
Mission Control
folks.
Center. There he is. He will be calling the start of synchronized sequence, all of the critical countdown milestones, and we will be listening very intently for his calls. Let's stand by.
À tous de DDO. Attention pour la séquence finale lanceur. Top à 0 moins 7 minutes.
And with that, we've entered the period of synchronized sequence. You heard Luce Fabregat just a moment or two ago explain some of the critical activities, the first one coming up just a few seconds from now, which will be the topping off of the main stage tanks. The first or core stage was loaded earlier this morning with 175 tons of propellant, 150 tons of liquid oxygen, and 25 tons of liquid hydrogen. The upper stage loaded with 15 tons of propellant that will be the workhorse for a 16-minute burn to lift James Webb to its final orbit.
Merry Christmas,
At
Shaden.
separation, some 27 minutes and 7 seconds after launch, James Webb will be at an altitude of about 864 statute miles. To put that into perspective, some 520 miles higher than the Hubble Space Telescope and more than 600 miles higher than the International Space Station. Webb at that point will be traveling about 21,000 miles an hour as it heads out to a highly elliptical, halo-like racetrack orbit some 1 million miles from Earth to begin its scientific observations.
In a little more than 1 minute from now, we will see the 4 tanks pressurized at their flight level for the last tests before the ignition of the Vulcan engine. And in parallel, the electric system are also set in flight configurations on board computer. The electrical power, as for the telescope, it will switch from ground to internal power 1 minute before the launch, 1 minute and 5 seconds before the launch. And we are going to see -6 seconds. At -6 seconds, we will see the disconnection of the upper stage, these big cryotechnic arms you can see on this picture. Then, 3 seconds before the H0, the inertial platform that will give all the information about where it is to the launcher will be released. And at H0, the 7-second sequence to ignite the Vulcan engine of the main stage will start. That will take 7 seconds, a little less than 7 seconds, where the engine will start up to its flight regime. Once the computer has checked that the Vulcan engine is running normally, and you will see at that point a flame going stable at the outlet of the nozzle, and at that point, the onboard computer will ignite the 2 boosters that will enable to move the 770 tons of Ariane and Webb.
Coming up on the T-minus 4 minute mark right now, just a couple of milestones real quick. At the 1 minute 5 second mark into the flight, Ariane 5 will go through the period of maximum dynamic pressure, max Q as it's known. That will be the period of maximum aerodynamic forces on the rocket itself. The solid rocket boosters, which will provide about 90% of the initial thrust off the launch pad, will shut down and separate at the 2 minute 21 second mark into the flight, followed 1 minute and 5 seconds after that by fairing jettison. That will expose the James Webb Space Telescope to the environment of flight for the first time. The main stage separation, or the first stage separation, comes at the T-minus at the 8 minute 47 second mark into the flight, and that will be about a 16-minute burn of that upper stage engine. It will cut off at about 24 minutes 51 seconds into the flight, and then we'll go into a coast phase of about 2.5 minutes to allow any oscillations to dampen out, provide the most pristine environment for the James Webb Telescope before observatory separation. We're coming up on the 2 minute 50 second mark into the flight. Again, you're going to be hearing critical calls down the stretch here from the DDO, or the Range Operations Manager, Jean-Luc Voyer. The weather is go. We have a green board, no issues being worked. NASA officials, including Greg Robinson on the right, carefully watching the telemetry, looking intently at the final couple of minutes of the countdown. Lives have been spent in the preparation of the James Webb Space Telescope that is about to fly.
And Beatrice Romero on his side, on the left of the screen, from Ariane Space.
And that is the DDO, the Range Operations Manager, Jean-Luc Voyer, as we have hit the 2 minute mark in the countdown.
The flight will be in 2 phases. You will see the first part of the flight during the solid rocket boosters phase.
They all want to go look outside.
The atmospheric part of the flight, the atmospheric flight, and the trajectory will be driven by a to reduce the aerodynamic loads, and we will have a very different exo-atmospheric flight after that.
And you were watching a number of people, VIPs and invited guests, moving out to the observation platform that is right next to the Jupiter Control Center as we stand by for the 1 minute call from Jean-Luc Voyer.
Wow, I'm nervous.
Tous les DDO, attention pour moins 1 minute. À 0 moins 1 minute.
1 minute.
Thumbs up from Jean-Luc Voyer.
Here
All
we
systems
go.
are go. We're inside a
Oh my
minute now.
gosh.
T-minus 50 seconds and
No
counting.
holds.
As you heard earlier, the Vulcan 2 engine will ignite. Turbo pumps will come up to flight speed for 7 seconds, and the command will be issued to ignite the solid rocket boosters. The James Webb Space Telescope will be on its way.
Oh my gosh.
T-minus 30 seconds and counting.
Oh my God, my nerves are shot.
Standing by for terminal count.
Remember, 7 seconds
À
till
tous
the
de
boosters
Déo,
go.
attention pour les décomptes finales.
Final countdown.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, unité, top.
And we have engine start.
Okay, the booster's 7 seconds. There it goes!
Allumage UAP, décollage.
Decollage, liftoff from a tropical rainforest to the edge of time itself. James Webb begins a voyage back to the birth of the universe.
Keep going, baby. Keep going.
Punching a hole through the clouds, 20 seconds into the flight. Good pitch program reported.
Trajectoire est nominale.
Vehicle performance is nominal.
It's going to be hard.
The Ariane 5 rocket continues to fly uphill in nominal fashion. The rumble of the powerful Ariane 5 now being felt here in the control center. 3D animation.
We can hear the noise and feel the vibrations here. You're right, Rob. Yeah, impressive.
13 kilometers in altitude, 7 kilometers downrange, traveling about 0.6 kilometers per second.
Tous les paramètres à bord sont normaux.
The trajectory reported to be nominal by Jean-Luc Voyer, the range operations manager. You can see at the bottom of your screen, the yellow line is the trajectory plot, perfectly overlaid over the green line, which was the pre-launch trajectory.
Awesome.
1 minute, 41 seconds into the flight, about 40 seconds away from shutdown of the solid rocket boosters.
Awesome. Get emotional on seeing something like
Coming
that.
up on the 2-minute mark into the flight.
They're going to separate soon. The boosters.
When it detects the threshold on acceleration, not the deceleration, but less acceleration for
Tous les paramètres à bord sont normaux.
everything is okay, everything is normal.
2 minutes, 15 seconds into the flight.
Here we go.
When the computer detects this threshold, it will separate.
Séparation des EAP.
Done.
We have confirmation of solid rocket booster separation from Jean-Luc Voyer. This coming at an altitude of 44 miles. The Ariane 5 and James Webb traveling almost 5,000 miles an hour. Wow. We have about 1 minute, 5 seconds to go before fairing jettison. That'll be the next critical milestone.
The fairing is there to avoid the satellite being exposed to high temperatures and also high airflows. And as soon as the launcher leaves the atmosphere, as is now the case, the satellite does not need anymore to be protected, and Webb does not need anymore to be protected. So each kilogram being very important for the performance of the launch, we are going to eject this no more useful fairing.
And let's go down to the floor in the Jupiter Control Center to Raphael Chevrier of Arianespace. Raphael, so far so good.
Hi, Rob. So far, so good. Everything is nominal, as we say, when attitude and trajectory of the Ariane 5 is going perfectly well. As you can see also on the yellow line on the screen, we had the confirmation of the separation of the two solid boosters and now of the fairing, meaning that we have crossed the limits of the atmosphere. So everything is going super good. And the DDO just said that all parameters are going perfectly smoothly.
Oh, look at this,
let's
camera.
continue the mission.
And Raphael, this is a view from the upper stage camera called the Vicky Cam, looking back at the James Webb Space Telescope. This is on about a 20-second delay or so because of the way the imagery is processed here in the control room. There's your telescope ready to unfurl its wings, basically, and begin its journey to the Lagrange point, the L2 point, about 1 million miles away from Earth.
La trajectoire est nominale.
Trajectory is nominal. The report from Jean-Luc Voyer.
He reminds me of Jacques Vallée.
The liftoff time confirmed here in the Mission Control Center at 12:20 Greenwich Mean Time, 9:20 a.m. Peru time, 7:20 a.m. Eastern Time. The Ariane 5 and James Webb, 181 kilometers in altitude, 450 kilometers downrange from the launch site here in Kourou.
Flight control is very smooth.
5 minutes, 12 seconds into the flight. We have about 3.5 minutes to go in main stage or first stage performance. And again, you can see at the bottom of your screen the yellow plot line overlaid over the green line, meaning we are right on course, right down the pike, and a perfect trajectory so far for the Ariane 5 rocket.
Les paramètres à bord sont normaux.
All telemetry data are now received by the Galileo tracking station, which is close to here, where we are in Kourou. It will track the launcher up to the ignition of its upper stage.
Pilotage calme, la propulsion est nominale.
And then we'll have the Natal station in Brazil, Ascension as you can see on the map, in the middle of the ocean, and the 2 last stations in Africa, Libreville and Malindi, one on the east coast, the other one on the west coast. And the one on the west coast, Malindi, you can see that the telescope will be separated more or less over this Malindi station. And this Malindi station will also acquire the telemetry data from the telescope. You can see both are green, Galileo and Natal on this animation. It means they are expected to receive the data, and it was confirmed right now by the launch operations manager.
Acquisition de la télémesure par la station du Natal au Brésil.
And just confirming now that telemetry is being processed through the Brazilian tracking station. The telescope is also processing telemetry through the tracking and data relay satellite system. As it moves further and further out into deep space, all of the telescope's telemetry and its imagery ultimately will be processed through the Deep Space Network in Goldstone, California. We passed the 7-minute mark into the flight. A perfect ride so far on the Ariane 5. We have about 1.5 minutes to go in the first stage performance. Once the main stage engine is commanded to cut off, it will be jettisoned, and just a few seconds after that, the upper stage engine will ignite, and it will be the workhorse for a 16-minute burn that will put James Webb into its preliminary orbit.
Wow.
About 11 minutes from now, telescope controllers at the Space Telescope Science Institute will be sending commands to prepare James Webb for the initial series of commissioning activities that will lead to the deployment of its solar array and the initiation of generation of electrical power for the telescope.
Wow.
About 30 seconds away from main engine cutoff.
La trajectoire est normale.
Nominal trajectory continues to be the watchword for the day from the Range Operations Manager, Jean-Luc Voyer, as we stand by for main engine shutdown and separation.
There it goes.
Extinction de l'EPC. Préparation EPC.
And we have main stage shutdown and separation confirmed here in the Mission Control Center, and the ignition of that upper stage. And Raphael Chevrier down in the fishbowl. So far, so good.
You know, everybody's
Yes,
cheering
we
there,
have
boy.
The confirmation of the separation of the main stage and the ignition of the upper stage. The trajectory is perfectly nominal. This is very important moment for us because it's always a challenge to switch on a cryogenic engine in space condition, and we are now at 220 kilometers of altitude. Speed is a bit more than 7 kilometers per second. As we enter now the second stage of the second phase of the flight, the upper stage is going to power for about 16 minutes to place Webb on its transfer orbit, and right now everything is again nominal, as the DDO just said.
And a short time from now, the so-called sawtooth maneuver will get underway. Again, like rocking a baby in a cradle, this will be a maneuver to keep Webb's optics protected from overheating, Luce.
Exactly, Rob, like a baby in a cradle. You can see here Webb attached on top of Ariane 5 upper stage with a very specific configuration. Of course, it will be different during its lifetime, but for the time being, its sun shield is folded and not yet fully protecting the observatory. A number of exhaustive studies have been performed by the mission teams in Europe, in the US, on the thermal conditioning inside the telescope and the way the rays of the sun would propagate and interact with sensitive equipment inside the telescope. Maintain this thermal conditioning is really key before separating this telescope. And in particular, we know that one face of the telescope cannot face the sun. That's why and to produce these right thermal conditions inside Webb, a specific roll law has been designed, what we call the sawtooth approach. And if you are watching carefully to these images, you can see this animation. You can see that the upper stage is going 30 degrees on one side, then 30 degrees on the other side, going back and forth this way to maintain this perfect thermal conditioning for the telescope.
It's worthwhile noting that after Webb separates from the upper stage of the Ariane 5 rocket, which continues to perform in excellent fashion coming up on the 12-minute mark into the flight, the telescope controllers will be taking the baton, if you will, from the mission controllers here in Kourou. The first steps will be the opening of fuel valves,
Definitely.
a pair of
Excellent
fuel valves
job, European
to start
Space
flowing
Agency.
fuel to Webb's onboard thrusters. They then will power on the valve drive electronics. Those are powered on in preparation to control and fire those thrusters when required. Webb's solar array is scheduled to be deployed at approximately the 33-minute mark into the flight. Once it is locked in place, we'll get the call that electricity is flowing through the array. That call will come from the Mission Operations Manager, Carl Starr, who is at the Space Telescope Science Institute
is a Christmas
at
I
Johns
won't
Hopkins
forget.
in Baltimore. Seated right behind him in that control room is Alicia Starr, a pair of stars helping to guide James Webb on its discovery of the stars. Alicia Starr is the lead engineer for launch and ascent events. Once the solar array is deployed and declared power positive, then 3 out of the 4 hold downs for the aft deployed radiator will be released to prevent binding due to the cool down of the telescope's composite structure. The contamination control heaters will be enabled to protect instrument optics on Webb from any water ice condensation as they cool down. The actuator drive unit will be powered on. This particular mechanism helps with heater control of the fine steering mirror, preventing water ice condensation, later to be used to position each of the mirror's segments.
It's going to be interesting to see when they start observing within our solar system as well, Europa, Titan, Enceladus, Mars, you name it. Let's see what they gather from that, let alone the exoplanets. Let's see.
Thrusters, very valuable. It's a limited commodity for the lifetime of James Webb's observations of the universe. We're 13 minutes, 55 seconds into the flight. Jean-Luc Voyer, the range operations manager, continues to report a nominal performance for James Webb.
Really, they should
And
have
again,
live cameras
Luce
at all
Fabregat
times.
from the European Space Agency, how is this trajectory being carefully and methodically adjusted to provide the correct parameters in the final stages of ascent?
Yes, Rob, as you can see on this plot, the altitude is slightly going down. It's perfectly normal. The launch vehicle is really on the line where it should be. This decrease of its altitude, slight decrease of its altitude, will allow the launcher to benefit and the upper stage to benefit of the gravity effect and to increase its velocity until it reaches a thermal threshold. It's about to reach it, or even already reached it now, and it will go up. And now it will go up and up to the separation of the Webb telescope. It will separate the Webb telescope on a highly elliptic orbit, but still around the Earth. The telescope will be released, inserted on an orbit around the Earth, with an apogee, a very high apogee above 1 million kilometers.
Trajectory nominal as reported by Jean-Luc Voyer. You see him in that view, 185 kilometers in altitude, some 4,500 kilometers downrange from the launch site here in Kourou, moving at more than 8 kilometers per second, right on the plot, right on the trajectory, everything looking great. We are about 9 minutes away from the completion of upper stage ignition. It's shut down, and then about a 2.5-minute coast phase before Webb will separate. Observatory separation will be called out. You'll be hearing those calls and the initial calls from Carl Starr, the mission operations manager at the Space Telescope Science Institute at Johns Hopkins, through solar array deploy and the declaration of a power-positive spacecraft. James Webb, of course, will be traveling well beyond the moon to a distance of about 1 million miles away from Earth, settling into a highly elliptical, halo-like orbit to begin its astronomical observations. And again, as we mentioned earlier, at the time of observatory separation, Webb will be at an altitude of approximately 864 miles, statute miles, traveling some 21,000 miles an hour.
Wow.
We're about 8 minutes away from upper stage shutdown. The stage has performed as planned. No issues reported. The launch occurring at 12:20 Greenwich Mean Time, 9:20 Kourou time, 7:20 a.m. Eastern Time on this Christmas Day.
Very smooth launch. The velocity you just mentioned is very important, Rob. The velocity you just mentioned at separation of the telescope is very important. It will be slightly below, okay, I give it in a kilometer per second, but it will be slightly below 10 kilometers per second, because it's important that the satellite, the telescope, is not inserted on an escape orbit. It will be placed on a terrestrial orbit so that there will be time for the layout, for the early phase operations and the commissioning of the telescope. And that will be, in fact, the upper stage that will leave this orbit and goes toward an escape liberation orbit.
And of course, even though we're still in powered flight, the trajectory, the acceleration, the speed at which James Webb is going towards its preliminary orbit, all modeled in advance and carefully choreographed to maintain as quiescent an atmosphere and environment around the telescope for its ultimate separation from the upper stage of the Ariane 5 rocket, which is about 6.5 minutes from now. Eighteen and a half minutes into the flight. It's very quiet now here in the control center here in Kourou. NASA officials, European Space Agency officials, Arianespace officials, all watching telemetry very carefully. And as the upper stage continues to burn nominally and sheds fuel, the acceleration uphill for the James Webb Space Telescope continues to increase as we approach the 20-minute mark into the flight. Again, upper stage cutoff is scheduled at the 24-minute, 51-second mark into the flight, about 5.5 minutes from now.
After the cutoff of this main engine, as you said, Rob, we will have a short ballistic phase, a short coasting phase that will, when the upper stage will rely fully on its what we call the attitude and roll control system, and it will adjust its attitude so that during this small ballistic phase, all the requirements from the telescope are fully met. And that at the separation, when there will be the separation, the conditions will be very smooth and as requested for the telescope.
Le pilotage est calme, la propulsion est nominale.
Today's countdown was as flawless as you can imagine. The weather was perfect all the way through the early morning hours, through the fueling process of the vehicle. The weather's been a bit dicey here in Kourou over the past few days, but everything fell together on this Christmas day to send a new present to the world's astronomer. 20 minutes, 40 seconds into the flight.
Trajectoire est normale, tous les paramètres à bord sont normaux.
All parameters nominal as reported by Jean-Luc Voyer, the range operations manager.
Curtis, I'm following you after. Once I see the separation, it's a
4
wrap.
minutes of powered flight remaining.
I've been streaming since 2:45. It's coming up.
The telemetry of the launch vehicle is acquired for the time being by the Libreville tracking station on the western coast of
Trajectoire est
Africa.
normale.
Flight control is nominal. The trajectory is fully normal, fully as expected, as you can see on the plot with the yellow plot over the green one. That is the expected one.
22 minutes into the flight. Less than 3 minutes of powered flight
Pilotage
remaining.
est calme.
Smooth flight control.
And again, as we've mentioned
Les
before,
paramètres à bord sont normaux.
everything nominal reported by the range operations manager. As we've mentioned before,
Acquisition de la
this is a
télémesure par la
long
station du
ride
Malindi
uphill
au Kenya.
for the James Webb Space Telescope to put it at the proper position in the sky so that it can escape from the Earth, basically head beyond the moon towards its final orbit for its commissioning activities that will be the dominant feature of all of the operations from the Space Telescope Science Institute over the course of the next several weeks.
And the launch operations manager announced the acquisition by Malindi, by the Malindi station, as expected, for the end of the flight and the last part of the upper stage flight and the separation of the telescope.
James Webb is about 4 minutes away from separating from the upper stage.
Wow.
And again, at that point, it will be on its own. And again, those milestones that we discussed a bit earlier in the broadcast will begin to be followed carefully by the telescope controllers at the Mission Operations Center, the MOC as it's called, at the Space Telescope Science Institute in Baltimore. One minute of powered flight remaining.
Yeah, you would think so, Headband.
The upper stage
Definitely, there
continues
should
to
be some
function
cameras.
perfectly. It's been
I would
a
hope.
smooth ride for the James Webb Space Telescope.
Trajectoire est nominale.
That upper stage was loaded pre-flight this morning with 15 tons of propellant for this long 16-minute burn. Now about 30 seconds away from upper stage cutoff.
Wow.
And we're standing by for upper stage shutdown and the cutoff of the upper stage engine.
There it goes.
Extinction ESC. Tous les paramètres à bord sont normaux.
The extinction of the shut-off of the cut-off of the engine was confirmed exactly as expected, with the exactly expected altitude and speed and velocity. So now we have entered the coasting phase, the ballistic phase, that will last for a little more than 2 minutes.
And the telescope controllers in Baltimore confirming that all of the function parameters for the James Webb Space Telescope have been loaded on board the telescope. We are expecting Webb separation at the 27-minute 7-second mark here into the flight.
What's coming up?
Just over a minute from now, Springs will gently push Webb away from the upper stage of the Ariane 5. As it moves further and further away from the upper stage, there'll be what we refer to as a collision avoidance maneuver.
Yes, Rob, exactly. The springs already will give some distancing, of course, between the two objects, between the telescope and the upper stage. And then the upper stage will leave the trajectory of the telescope and makes a special maneuver to pass the telescope and heads towards a liberation orbit and leaves the telescope on its orbit without any risk of collision and without any risk of pollution towards the telescope.
And we're about 17 seconds away from Webb separation.
Have a great voyage. There it goes.
Séparation Webb Space Telescope. Go Webb!
Yeah, baby.
We do have confirmation of observatory separation. The James Webb Space Telescope, amidst applause here in the Mission Control Center, now taking its first steps in pursuit of cosmological discovery.
There it goes. It's on its way.
It was a perfect ride to orbit. And all of the separation sequence events are running in good fashion according to the telescope controllers.
Nice.
And there is the view from the upper stage camera on the Ariane 5 looking at the James Webb Space Telescope as it moves
nice. I got
gently
the
away
chills.
from
Go,
its
Webb,
launch
go.
vehicle.
Fantastic pictures of this telescope.
Go Webb, go Webb.
That's right.
Yes,
Go Webb.
Go Webb.
Ironically enough, as we marvel on this view from the upper stage
That's
camera, this will
awesome.
be humanity's last view of the James Webb Space Telescope as it moves to its workplace about 1 million miles away from Earth.
Yes, you're right, Rob. Impressive, fantastic pictures. Yeah.
Now we'll be hearing shortly from the Mission Operations Manager at the Space Telescope Science Institute, Carl Starr, who will be calling out the procedures that will lead to the deployment of Webb's solar array.
Look at that. It's coming out. The solar array. Oh, that's hot. That is awesome.
And down in the fishbowl where there is jubilation, let's go to Raphael Chevrier of Arianespace. And before we do that,
Solar array
Raphael,
deployment.
a bit earlier than planned, but there is the solar array having been deployed. James Webb now has its array out as we stand by for confirmation that it is power positive.
That is so wicked.
Hey, Rob. J'entends pas ce qu'il me dit, Rob. Il m'a appelé ou pas?
What's going on?
Non, il t'a pas vu.
Uh-oh.
And there it is. There's your critical call. James Webb not only has legs, but it has power
thank
as
God.
it begins its journey and the commissioning activities to follow. And with that, let's go down to the floor in the fishbowl and Raphael Chevrier of Arianespace.
This is it. We have witnessed and the confirmation that Ariane 5 have safely delivered Webb into space. The upper stage is now being placed on a safe escape orbit around the Sun, but honestly, I've got to tell you that these images are absolutely incredible, and well, it may be the end of the mission for Arianespace, but it's only the beginning of the journey for Webb. It's now on its way to the Lagrange point. Congratulations to all the team involved in the flight. Really, there is no words to describe the immersion that is happening right now in the fishbowl. So all I can say is good luck, Webb, and bring us incredible data from the deep universe.
At that point, our sequence will continue.
Well, Raphael, congratulations on a perfect ride to orbit from the Ariane 5 out of Kourou here today. A view here in the Space Telescope Science Institute. Their work just beginning on a new era of scientific observations. Luce Fabregat, it was a smooth ride to orbit. Everything went by the book, almost like a simulation without any problems.
Now,
and we thank you for all of your
if that
insights
guy's
throughout
allowed
the
to
course
wear
of the
that
day.
shirt when everybody else is dressed, you know he's the main geek of the group. Nobody's gonna tell him how to dress. Look at everybody else.
Atlantic Ocean. Thanks a lot to you.
Tremendous jubilation here in the control center. You're looking at Jean-Luc Voyer, the range operations manager. Quite a Christmas present for the world's astronomers as the James Webb Space Telescope begins its life heading towards deep space. With that, we're going to go back to the floor now to Katie Haswell. Katie, we did our thing. It's up to you now.
Oh my goodness, I just can't tell you. It's such utter jubilation here on the floor in the Jupiter Control Center. Everybody's been whooping with joy. The controllers here and the mission controllers jumping up, clapping, whooping with joy, people hugging. And I have to say, my throat was caught as I saw the glimpse of sunshine on Webb solar panels as we watched it heading out into space on its journey to its working zone. It's going to take about 6 months before we start getting our deep space observations from Webb. Of course, the teams have got a huge amount to do before we get to that, and our best wishes with all those teams in Baltimore. I want to get some reaction. Right now, everybody is talking and hugging each other because they're feeling so excited, and I totally understand that. Let's start, though, by going over to the NASA administrator, Bill Nelson. Sophia. Okay.
Maybe he fell asleep. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Okay.
Yeah, really. We got to see what we had to see. Now it's all, now they all have to go out there and say a few words. And the main thing is it's on its way. Go Webb, go Webb. That's it. It's on its way. Now, it really begins with all oh my gosh, there's so many things that could go wrong in the full deployment of this. So for the next few weeks, it's going to be a lot more nerve-wracking to make sure that everything is deployed properly and nothing goes wrong, because so much can go wrong. So we have to hope everything goes off without a hitch. 107 pins, 178 total. But that's big. And of course, the mirrors going into place, which takes a couple of days in itself. So this is just the beginning. It still has to be deployed fully and operational when it gets there. Anyway, Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy holidays, however you celebrate, or if you don't, enjoy the rest of your weekend. And thank you for all being here. This was really a historical flight launch deployment of the James Webb that has been in the decades in the making. And it's finally, after all the delays and all the other stuff, it's finally on its way. So, Godspeed. And everybody have a great morning, great afternoon, great evening, wherever you are. I'm going back to sleep now. And I can go to sleep and have sweet dreams. And hopefully it'll be involving the James Webb Telescope. So, good night, everybody. Good morning. God bless. Be well. Be safe. Talk soon.